1, you are live on YouTube.
Thank you. Greetings to everybody. Happy holidays of your choice. Glad we're all still hanging in there and glad the vaccine's coming. I will call us to order and then just do the brief review. I think just about everybody on the call has heard this before, but we're still operating under Governor Baker's order suspending certain provisions of the Open Meetings Act, and that means we're here at a distance looking at Zoom squares rather than in person. There will be an opportunity for public comment on various topics or presentations on various topics. Megan will help let everybody know how to do that when we get to that portion of the meeting. But at the beginning of the meeting, we have a number of categories of things that do not involve public hearings. So those are ones that we typically handle by consent agenda, and we'll be doing that initially. So that's the overview. We're glad you're here, and thank you for your patience in dealing with these challenging times. So let me maybe just call the roll here and then we'll proceed to approval of the agenda. We have to do this, as you know, by roll call. So Nat Lowell.
Aye. Here, sorry.
Fritz.
Here.
John Trudell.
Here.
Dave Iverson. I see your name, Dave Iverson. We'll come back to him. He's not muted, but his palm trees are not there either. So, and this is Judith Wagner. I'm here. Our alternates, Campbell Sutton.
Here.
And let's see, I see Stephen Welch.
Here.
I don't see, Dave, are you there yet? No. I don't see David Callahan either. Are you here, David? And I don't see you.
He's trying to connect. He just messaged me.
Okay. Well, we'll go back.
I'll text him to click the join thing.
Okay, thanks, Nat. We'll go back and pick up the rest of that for attendance. For our staff, Catherine Ansero, I saw you previously. There you are. Yay, Catherine, we're glad to see you. Megan.
Here.
Trudell, and Leslie Snell.
Here.
And I don't see Andrew. He may be coming late or he may not be coming. Those who will be presenting, Sarah Alger. I'm just going to read you off here. You may have clicked to join.
I'm here.
Oh, hi, Sarah. Thank you. John Brescher.
I'm here.
Thank you. Paul Santos. Linda Williams. Oh, thank you, Paul. Linda Williams.
I'm here.
Rick Bodette.
I'm here.
Arthur Reed.
Here.
Art Gasparo.
Here.
Lori Garabrandt.
Here.
Dan Malloy. I
He's
see
here.
you. Wave. Thank you, Dan. Marianne Stanton. Mary, who's here, still muted, but we see your smiling face, and she confirmed she was here before. Marianne Hanley.
Here.
Jason Brown.
I'm here.
Thank you. Anybody? Dave Iverson, you here yet, or Dave Callahan? Okay, we'll go back and add you once we
Dave.
see your faces at a later moment or two from now. Okay, so now we need to have an approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
John moved.
Second.
Nat seconded. Roll call, please. John.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, I, Dave Iverson. Dave Callahan, I see you. Hello, greetings. He's here. So the agenda is approved, and as you recall, the first several sets of things are ones. There's Dave Iverson.
There he is.
Okay, he's here too. So we're all ready to roll here. We have several second dwellings, one of which involves a public hearing as well, but we have 4 of these that I'll read out now. And if anybody wants to move them off the consent agenda for full discussion, please indicate that. Paul and Joan Dwyer, 20 Tashma Lane, Bruce L. and Christine A. Hermansdorfer, 11 Deer Run Road, 30 Meadowview LLC, care of Kate and Tom Lakin, 30 Meadowview Drive, and Daniel Xavier, 5 Blackfish Lane. Does anybody want to take any of those off the consent agenda? If not, are you ready to vote? Is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the aforementioned.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Fritz seconded. Okay, we'll take them, take you one at a time. John,
Aye.
Fritz. Fritz is muted, but said aye. Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Iverson, Judith, aye. Then there's several approval not required plans. I'll read those out if there's 2 that are public hearing matters that we'll have to take up later, but please take note, and if there's any of these you'd like to take off the consent agenda, we can do that. High Tide Partners LLC, 8 Ackermuck Way, EPR RGH LLC, 119 Eel Point Road, William F. Scannell and Elizabeth A. Scannell, 11R Eel Point Road, Bruce W. Perry, Michelle B. Perry, and Sean C. Perry, 14 South Shore Road, Nanette Sperry and Craig K. Sperry, 12 Korea Lane, Black Hall Realty Trust, 6 Thurston's Way. Those are the ones available for approval on the consent agenda. Does anybody have any they need to recuse? Dave?
If I'm in a butter to someone, should I recuse?
Yeah, why don't you?
Okay, I'm gonna recuse on the Sperry, the
Okay.
Nanette and Craig.
Thank you.
Yep.
Nat?
Nope, I'm not
No.
a butter.
Okay. Then
I mean, it used to be a long time ago.
we'll hold off the Sperry matter until we do the rest. Is there a motion for the others to approve them?
So moved.
John, thank you. Fritz seconds. Roll call. John,
Aye.
Fritz,
I'm
Yeah.
still saying aye.
he's saying aye.
Mouthing it.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Iverson, Judith,
Aye.
Then
Oh.
12.
Excuse me,
Yes,
Madam Chair.
yes.
I just, for the record, I need to recuse on the High Tide. I didn't catch the new
Okay.
fluffy name, so sorry I missed that.
Okay.
So I gotta recuse on that one. Sorry
all
about
right,
that.
then.
Nat, how about the Perrys, Nat?
They're not my direct abutter anymore.
Oh, okay, all right, cool.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is treat that last motion as approval.
Sorry about that.
No problem, except for High Tide Partners and except for the Sperry matter. Let's do High Tide Partners again. John, would you move it?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call vote. John,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave Iverson,
Aye.
Judith, I, Nat is recused. And then 12 Korea Lane, the Sperry property, Dave is
I'll make that.
recused.
Yeah.
Nat, you're going
Make
to
that
move
motion to endorse.
it. And
Yeah,
Second.
John seconds. Roll call. Nat,
aye.
John,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, I. Okay, that's the A&R matters. I think we got all of those.
Yep.
Um, Moving right along, I was hoping this would be a short meeting, but not, we're not done yet, for sure.
No.
So we have previous plans, number 7972 Woodland Hill. Megan, this is a Form J and it says continue until January 11th, is that right?
Yeah, the applicant just is going to require some additional time to coordinate getting documents to both myself and Ed Pesci. So they'll be back for that once they're a little farther along.
Okay, do we need a motion then to continue?
Motion to
John?
continue.
Fritz,
Second.
you're on a roll
Second.
there in the upper right-hand corner. Fritz seconds. Roll call, John,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, I. Now we're to PLSP 2020-06-52 and PLSUB 2020-06-70 Coffin Family Nominee Trust, Shirley Louise Coffin Spencer, Trustee, 31 Fairgrounds. The board will recall, and others of you who may not have been at those prior meetings, that we closed the public hearing and approved in concept at our prior meeting. So this is an opportunity to discuss the actual draft decision and be sure that any of the details that need to be addressed are correct. Megan, would you like to say anything before Art and Arthur have a chance?
No, I would just say if at any point it would be helpful to do a screen share, just let me know and I can pull it up onto the screen.
Okay, anybody prefer to do that now to look at it, or you're all set? Art or Arthur, we always love your dulcet tones. Either or both of you want to speak to this?
The hearing is closed, actually, so we have nothing new to present.
Okay,
We've
just if
seen
there was
the,
if there was anything about the drafting, I think we've got all the detail you promised. I just wanted to be sure that there's no hang up as far as you were concerned about the version we currently have, if that's consistent with
no, that's fine.
understanding.
We had a chance to look at the draft. We got a few minor comments to Megan, and we should be all set.
Okay, members of the board, that's those who were here and voting last time, so that's the elected board members. Any of you have a question or a topic you want to raise as to the actual decision? That you're at,
No, I'm good.
you're
I
good,
mean,
okay.
the questions that I had at the end of before we just voted were answered
All right.
for
I
me,
guess I
so.
didn't ask, Leslie, was there anything you wanted to say on this one?
No, Megan and I went over and made a few last, I would say, non-substantive changes to the decision. I think it's in a good form for you all to endorse.
Okay, so are we ready? Is someone prepared to make a motion?
I will make a motion to endorse.
Thank you, John.
I'll second.
Fritz seconds. Roll call vote, John,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, I. Thank you all for the hard work on that. Next one, Marianne, this is yours, I believe, number 8293 Bittersweet Lane Subdivision. This is an extension request. Megan, anything you want to say? And then Marianne Stanton, you're here on this matter. If you had something you wanted to say, you're welcome to. Megan?
Sure. So this is just an extension request for the endorsement of the plans and the legal docs. There have been just some back and forth between the surveyor and Ed Pesci, just trying to make some minor technical corrections so that the plans can be adjusted so that you can endorse them. And then there's also been some unexpected COVID-related issues. So I think, given the circumstances, my recommendation would be to grant that extension.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, through you.
Yes.
Is there a particular time they need for the extension? How long?
So I'm just going to recommend a year for it because it's plan endorsement and legal docs. Once those plans are endorsed, they'll have 2 years from that date to provide the infrastructure improvements.
Okay, other questions? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to extend for 1 year to 2021 December.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Dave seconded. Roll call, please. John?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Jefferson, Nat?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Judith? Aye. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Marianne. Stick around. We're always happy to see you, but you may want to go bake some holiday cookies or something if you'd prefer.
Copy.
Okay, next one is number 6218 Sand and Weed Pulpus and Brewster Road of Form J. Megan.
So the applicant here is requesting the release of a final lot. It was a small 3-lot subdivision off of, it's a road and I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation. So it's right before Don Allen.
That's a chummet.
I'm not even gonna try. So in any event, there's Ed Pesci has been requested to perform a final inspection just because of his schedule, and then the scheduling for a closing that the applicant has lined up. There may be some last minute issues to be resolved, but the recommendation would be to go ahead and endorse that Form J, and we can hold the paperwork in the office until any potential or unforeseen issues would be addressed.
Okay, are there questions from anybody?
Yeah,
I'm here
just a
if
quick
you need it. I'm
question.
here if you have any questions.
Oh, I
look,
see. I already
thank you.
got my answer. This is 22 years ago.
Yeah, it's an old one. It's from the 90s, late 90s.
Linda, did you want to say anything about this? Since
No,
you're
and
representing
I have talked to Ed Pesci. Everybody has seen the pictures. All the documents are on file at the registry. The road was transferred to the homeowners association today, which was one of the outstanding issues. And other than that, we're just waiting for and the drains are clear. So we're just waiting for Ed Pesci to roll down the road, all 200 feet of it.
Okay, so we need a motion along the lines of Megan's suggestion of approving the release subject to staff review to ensure compliance with Ed Pesci's recommendations and anything else unforeseen. Is there a motion to that effect?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, Dave moved.
To approve with staff recommendations.
To approve the staff recommendations.
Mhm.
Are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Okay, on to preliminary plans. We have 2 of these. First is, I see this may be Mr. Mueller. Welcome. Mueller, Nantucket Associates LLC, North Mill Street. Megan, do you want to tell us about that? And Mr. Miller, again, thank you for being here and welcome.
Thank you.
We have Jeff Blackwell here. I know Mary Ann Hanley's here. I can let Mary Ann or Jeff go into more detail, but basically this is a preliminary plan that's before you for you to provide the applicant with your feedback. They're requesting a 2 buildable lot subdivision. They're going to be taking a little bit from different parcels of the 3 different parcels there. The lots will be oversized for the ROH district and will be connected to town water and sewer.
Okay.
Jeff Blackwell here. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Thank
What
you, Madam
would you
Chair.
like to tell us?
The preliminary plan that is before you is to create, there's a single lot now, and the plan is to create 2 lots, 2 buildable lots, and then the roadway lot. One lot is 9,465 square feet, and the other lot is 10,132 square feet in a ROH zone where 5,000 square feet is minimum lot size. The proposal is to construct 1 single-family dwelling per lot. So the density, there is no density difference between the current configuration as a single lot and the proposed 2-lot configuration. The the Muller lots in this area on this area, this property that's been traditionally held by the Muller family, all the lots in this area are well oversized, sometimes double and triple the size or more of the minimum 5,000 square foot lot size. So the density will not actually be increased by this 2-lot AR subdivision. The lots will be served by town water and sewer and connect down to North Mill Street, which has recently seen a good deal of infrastructure, water, sewer, electric lines, cable utilities have been installed over the last year. That's sort of the long and the short of it. I will attempt to answer any questions that you may have.
I'm going to go around the board, but if I could ask you one first, Jeff. That area has potential drainage issues, and I understand the property owners have been conservation minded and attentive to that set of issues, but I wonder if you could kind of expound on that a little bit for the record, either you or another member of your team.
Yes. The Muller family, during the installation of other utilities, have installed passive drainage trenches filled with gravel along either side of North Mill Street. There's also a plan to intercept water flowing off the public street at Prospect Street on the south end of North Mill and pick up that drainage so that water does not wash down North Mill Street. Additional drainage will be added as part of this subdivision because it is on a hillside to some degree, especially closer to North Mill Street. So the current owner, the Muller family, has already been working to deal with the drainage issues in North Mill Street so that a problem is not created at the intersection of Angola.
Yeah.
I just have to say we really appreciate that, because I think with increasing downpours and things of that sort, you run the risk, if you're not attentive to start with, you end up with challenges after the fact. So
yeah, we've
congratulations for doing that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm happy to report that the infrastructure work and it's one of these iterative processes that so far we've in fact reduced the amount of gathered water that, as Jeff correctly cited, used to gather at the intersection of Angola and North Mill quite badly. And that has not been happening so far as we can tell. but we will remain kind of vigilant as we go through the build out. And also, as Jeff mentioned, when we connect North Mill where it comes up to Prospect Street, we have a good plan that has been shared with the sewer department and the DPW, and that will be implemented in due course. So we're paying attention to that issue.
Thank you so much. How about I'll go around the circle here, both for the board and for our alternates, because this is, as you see, a preliminary plan. So they're looking for advice or suggestions or questions. Nat, you want to start?
No, just to follow up on what Jeff said about the drainage, there was when that road was, historically sort of I guess I would call it the catch basin of Prospect, because there wasn't really a berm on the Fraker side of the road until about, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago. So I'm assuming that Jeff is, going to kind of make suggest like a kind of a bump there, so that the water runs right by North Mill and continues down Prospect. I'm assuming that that's the plan, to capture that water that goes down there. So, because that would make a lot of sense to do that.
I can address that.
Jeff?
Mr.
Okay.
Mueller wants to respond. Would you like to, Mr. Mueller?
Yeah, I can address that. That's exactly the plan we have, is to run the water a little bit, what would it be, west of where North
Right.
Prospect. There will then be a drain, and we will sink I'm not exactly sure whether it's a French drain or whatever, but we will sink a drain underground to make sure that any water coming off of Prospect is absorbed to the extent that it can be, and so that it doesn't then run and cascade down the hillside. We've been successful, and we will. We've got this plan for the top of the roadway coming up to Prospect, and we're mindful of that and concerned about it.
And the second thing I want to ask is, there's a permanent, I don't know what we want to call it, easement or something for bicycles and pedestrians to walk through there now?
Yeah, that has been the I'll say historic use of the private way. That just fine for bikes and pedestrians, not for through vehicle traffic.
Absolutely not.
For residents, but of course it's open and available for emergency traffic as need be. And I discussed that this summer with the fire department, and
nobody's going down there with a vehicle.
No.
That's nuts. I'm very, very happy that you've done this, because this is land courted land. You own both sides of the road. And I just want everyone to know that this is an unusual, sort of congenial relationship here, that I love this stuff. There's not too many of them. So thank you for that.
Our pleasure.
Let's see, John, questions or comments?
No, just I guess for the most part, the drainage is a big concern down there, and it seems like there's a lot of attention being put forth to that. I do like what Jeff was saying about the control of the build out there, having one single family dwelling on each of the lots. And then I know that is a very difficult private lane, or actually North Mill. So the only thought I would have is when you come in off of Prospect, you can make a right or left onto North Mill to get into the neighborhood there. But I would highly suggest, when you come out of the private way there, to discourage a left-hand turn on North Mill, to try and go up the hill and then exit onto Prospect. I think that's a little dangerous when you're on that hill trying to exit out onto that road. So if we had any control over that, to discourage that left-hand turn when you're coming out of the private way, and just make a right to continue down on North Mill, that would be I think a safe suggestion.
We've we've worked over the years to try to develop appropriate signage to minimize vehicle traffic up and down the private way. And we remain open to any and all suggestions from any and all town boards that would make it plain that that is not a road for through traffic, that it's for residents of the area, pedestrian and walkers. It's where the road enters Prospect is not a safe, it's just not a safe intersection at all. And particularly in the summertime with the amount of traffic on Prospect in the summer, turning off of Prospect onto North Mill, you know, it's risky. So I agree with your comments, John.
Thank you. Yeah, just even to have a one-way from that point where the private way meets North Mill. This way, even for the residents wouldn't be able to make a left, but even public traffic coming up the hill, they'd see a sign that says one way from that point over. And I think that would eliminate anybody exiting onto Prospect from that.
Yeah, there is a, just so you know, when you're coming up, where right on the corner of Angola and North Mill, there is a do not enter sign there today.
Campbell.
Thanks, Judith. I was going to say what Mr. Mueller just said, because there already is a one-way going, so you can't go up the hill with the traffic that's entering with this development. Perhaps should be two-way only from the development drive to area, and that above that drive just be for pedestrian and bike use. And that might eliminate some of the confusion on, you know, whether you're dropping down in or trying to come out, and just keep your traffic to the lower section there that, you know, has access to Angola and the other street there, Mill Street.
Yep. No, we'd be happy to do that. And our thought about the plan where the private way comes up the Prospect is in fact to narrow it, to sort of make plain that it's not meant for, you know, any kind of vehicular traffic, really.
So maybe just,
I think when you get further along, sorry, Campbell.
I was just saying, so maybe something that says emergency use only, like for emergency vehicles or something, but I'm not.
What I'd suggest is that they work with staff so there's some consistency in however this is managed, so people don't get confused with too much embroidery of unique terminology and things like that. But those are helpful concepts, I think. Campbell, were you done?
Madam Chair, can I? Yeah.
Yes, Dan. Nat?
Just real quick, you know, this is the stuff that we shouldn't even really, Madam Chair, I agree completely with what you just said. And I'll just add more to it. This little piece of road hasn't been used for a car since I was playing baseball. This is crazy. No one drives down there. We had this on our list back when we were right away early in the 2000s. This has been discussed numerous times. In my opinion, what we should do is Andrew's not on this meeting right now. This should be part of the, you know, yard sale, or however we do it with something like this is a little bit different than the typical yard sale program issue, since the owner is the applicant of everything. However, to make it so that that part of that road is, let's just say 10 feet. Because the fire department doesn't drive down. They don't need to drive down that road. I don't know where that is coming from, but I don't, this is not even a road. I don't care if it's a road on paper or not. This is a dangerous spot. Any improvement to turn right on Prospect Street or be able to come out on the Prospect from that spot, I mean, we would be hung out to dry on if this ever happened. So we need to get something, you know, I mean, I have no issues with anything else except this, as far as what we're doing. So just to make sure that there can't be somebody someday decides, well, we want to drive out onto Prospect Street instead of go out to Mill is absurd. So, I mean, I just can't believe that it's even an issue. So, so whatever we have to do to make that pedestrian and bicycles only needs to happen. Leslie, I don't know how familiar you are with this spot, but to even consider a vehicle driving up and down this section is perhaps the craziest thing I've heard, at least for the last couple of weeks. So thank you for that.
Jeff, do you want to say
Sorry to
something?
be so blunt.
I think we've kind of addressed that one pretty fully. I was going to see if Fritz, do you have other thoughts, or Dave Iverson?
No, Madam Chair, no, I'm satisfied.
Dave?
I don't want to go back down this road or up this road, but I ride by that area almost twice a day in the summer, and even on a bike, that is one scary road crossing. And if anything, I would almost say it would justify a crosswalk there when we get there at some point. But to ride your bike out from that road across Prospect, you're taking your life in your hands. So a car would be insane. So that aside, and through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Mueller, so your plans are just one single house on one lot for these lots?
That's the idea, yes, sir.
And how about, are you guys willing to put some language in there to preclude any further subdivision on those lots as well?
It's yes.
Okay, great. No, I appreciate you honoring the neighborhood like that. Because it scared me the first time I saw that stuff staked out. So thank you.
Let's see. I'm going to see Dave Callahan. David, nothing. Stephen Welch, are you still there?
Yep, I'm here, Madam Chair. No, I would just agree. Thank you. I would just agree with the comments that have been made. I'm sure staff would suggest it that before it comes in, the for consistency amongst the town process, that maybe this would go in front of traffic safety for some comments, including the crosswalk and so on and so forth. I think Nat's comments on the drainage and others are important given this kind of not severe topography, but the rapid sloping there. And certainly agree that the one dwelling per lot in this area will be helpful with respect to density and the build out. So I'd like to thank the applicant and all the work that's gone into it so far.
And Campbell, did you have anything else that you didn't get to raise before?
I just had one issue that probably is already part of some construction thing, but I was just wondering about any artifacts that are found during the dig that's going to be occurring there, and about the drainage off the Angola side into that road, because the area that used to soak up a lot of rainfall, et cetera, is not going to. And so the pitch is going to be down into Angola, not just at the bottom of New Mill and Angola, but through that whole stretch, which is a pretty rutty, wet road as it is, because that road is really the drainage for that entire section on the, is it the west side of Angola, or is it the east side? Angola?
West side.
West side, yeah.
Yeah. As Jeff Blackwell said, there have already been several remediation steps taken as part of the installation of the infrastructure up along the North Mill extension, and the sort of prior catch basin effect, where North Mill came down to Angola appears to have been changed, not happening anymore. I'm not on an island right now, so the next big rainstorm could make me into a liar. But this fall, I've been on the island several times during and after some rainstorms, and the water clears itself very nicely. And we will continue to be vigilant as the build out goes ahead. We've been working with, Ernie Strang's team with regards to the installation of all of these activities. We will continue, and we have resources still, prepared and allocated to finish the work where the private way connects to Prospect Street with more drainage work ahead. So we're working that side of the street, no pun intended.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. My question was along Angola Street. I realize that the real pitch from North Mill is well taken care of, but Angola Street is very narrow, probably a single car. And where the hill comes down into Angola, that's sort of where I'm wondering how that, if there's a culvert kind of a thing, not a culvert, really not a metal thing, but where the road stays, the edge stays cleared out from debris in order to receive the water that's going to be coming down that side of the hill, not down the street. Does that?
I can tell you on the property that we own,
Mm-hmm.
the property that we own that comes, as you say, right down to Angola Street. We have cleared that out. We have created a greater definition from the property and the road. There's now a grade on that end of Angola that was not there before.
Okay.
And it's been covered with sort of a heavy gravel, and all of that's a town road. But we did that, and the underground work for drainage is pretty significant to absorb a lot more water than was absorbable before.
Mm-hmm.
So we think we've done what we can do to this point.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be sure, Ms. Hanley, are you part of the team here? Was there anything you wanted to say I didn't call on you to say?
No, thank you. I think that as Mr. Mueller said, and Jeff, the engineers have been working pretty closely with the drainage and addressing it. And Angola is a public way. We've worked with the DPW and the sewer department when we were putting lines in. And as Henry said, all of that's really helped the existing situation. It's improved it remarkably because things hadn't been touched in that area for quite some time. And some of the infrastructure was so old and useless.
Yeah.
It's really made a difference. And again, when the approval required plan comes in, all the engineering plans will be stamped, and we can review it again with staff and with the town boards before that final plan comes in.
Thank you very much. Megan, we don't need to, or Leslie, we don't need to do anything other than provide this feedback, right? That we don't need a motion or anything formal at this point.
So you will take a motion to approve or not, I guess, the preliminary plan and authorize the chair to sign a letter. With
okay.
Basic guidance.
Yeah.
Would somebody care to make that motion?
Yeah. I'll make that motion.
Leslie, I'm sorry, you're still speaking. My screen froze.
Oh.
I just had one question, if I may, through you, before you make a motion. On the roadway lot, it's proposed to be a 20-foot wide gravel road, which is more than enough for 2 lots with 1 road per lot. But my question is, will the lots on either side of the road have access? Or are you planning to restrict access?
No, they would have access.
Okay.
And to that point, Leslie, is Mr. Mueller, is that a 20-foot traveled way or 20 feet of new layout, or what are we doing? What's the layout of that
I'll
who's
defer
on
to
this
Jeff
project?
Blackwell on that.
Jeff, sorry, I forget who's on what, sorry.
Sure.
Jeff, what is the actual layout of this ancient road?
Yeah, the
Variable.
layout is predominantly of this interior road is 30 feet. And with the lots to the north and south accessing it as well, we felt that somewhere between 16 and 20 feet would be appropriate for the traffic.
Yeah. Okay.
Leslie.
That's good.
If I can just make a suggestion for the letter, because at this stage, and I don't think we need to belabor this right now, but, depending on how many lots, how many dwelling units are going to be using that road for access at the definitive plan stage, I think that's important information to have. And, you may want to reconsider the gravel road at that point, again, depending on how much it's going to be used. So maybe we could put some flexible language in the decision about that, in the letter, excuse me.
I don't know if people can hear me. My internet's acting up. So if I get, I think I may try to get out of video, but if I disappear, John, will you pick up chairing? And then I'll try to come back on.
We can hear you, yes.
So Leslie, I'm sorry, it was acting up and I didn't hear that last part.
So I suggested that you just include some language in the letter that says, while the 20-foot wide gravel road is appropriate for the 2 lots shown, you all may need to have further discussion about that at the definitive plan based on how many more lots and how many more dwelling units will be using the road for access.
Okay. So I think Nat was about to make a motion.
Yeah, I made the motion.
And
Thank
who
you.
seconded?
Second.
I'll second.
Okay.
Second.
You ready to vote? Roll call. Nat?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Judith? Aye. Thank you. I just have to really stress how much we appreciate your close attention to the drainage and the environmental issues and the safety issues with the in and out access and things like that. And we don't always see that in our things coming before us. So hats off to you, and we thank you again, and your family as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Next up is Delphmark LP, care of Delphine Surian, 10 Rugged Road. And I think this is Dan Malloy, if I'm not mistaken. Megan, do you want to start us off?
Sure. So Dan can provide you with a higher level of detail, but what's before you is a preliminary plan for your feedback. For 10 Rugged Road, what's being proposed is a 9 buildable lot, a 10 lot, 9 buildable lot subdivision with approximately 20,000 square foot lots. It is located within the R20 zoning district.
Dan, would you like to give us some background?
Yes, I would. Thank you. So Megan covered the basics of it. So we have 5 acres. We provided the board with 3 different versions of potential subdivisions just to get your feedback on them. One of them is the first plan is just a simple 9-lot conventional plan. In this plan, it's a straightforward, straight shot cul-de-sac, 9 lots, all fronting on the cul-de-sac. Utilities are all similar with water and sewer and drainage. There's already a bike path in Rugged Road. So we propose a sidewalk connecting to the bike path to loop around the entire, down to the end of the cul-de-sac. So that's pretty straightforward. There's other options for a conventional in terms of maybe curving the road so it's not a straight shot, but conventionally speaking, we're looking at 9 lots. So I'd like to get some feedback on that. The owners are also looking at under the flex development, which is the second plan. In that scenario, with the flex lot bonuses, we can get 11 lots, but we get to preserve a lot more open space around the perimeter of the parcel as well as up back. That's something the owners are a little more inclined to do. They'd rather preserve the open space if the layout and design can function. And the third version is a rear lot subdivision. And this is really based on really similar to the first version as a definitive plan, except you don't have a defined right-of-way as you would with a conventional. And that's down to 9 lots as well. So the options are 9 lots, varying between 9 lots and 11 lots, depending on which scenario you're to go with. And the difference being really between the second and third versions of the open space and the means of access. Being both the flex development and the rear lot would propose an access easement down the middle in some type of a, looking like a right-of-way, but functioning as an easement to get the benefit of the lot area instead of having a defined right-of-way. And what you'll see in the 2 plans between the flex development and the rear lot really just as a version for discussion. One, the flex shows a T turnaround at the end, and the rear lot shows a cul-de-sac. Both versions function. We just wanted to put it out there just to see what the options look like. But for the most part, we're really just trying to get some feedback on the board, see what you think, what you like, don't like, any particular concerns in the neighborhood.
Thank you. Let's go around the circle. I'll start, Dave Iverson, you're smiling. Do you want to go first?
Sure. I used to live on this piece of property. It breaks my heart. So the only real feedback I have at this point is with the flex development. And I feel like the open space in the back doesn't create a usable space for the community, if that makes sense to you. It's not very accessible by anyone but the people that live here. And I don't have the answer to it, but I feel that there's got to be a way to jiggle things around to make the open space more contiguous instead of using a lot of it as buffer on the edges, and giving a more complete accessible open space. And at this point, I think that would be my only feedback right now.
Okay, thanks. Fritz.
I had a couple of comments. Number one would be exactly what Dave just said. I think if it's going to be going with flex and there's going to be 2 extra lots, I'd really like to see the open space be something that's, as Dave said, something that's usable as opposed to simply buffer. The second, would simply be with respect to the rear lot subdivision. I looked at it, and I guess in my time on the board, that's the first time I've seen a rear lot subdivision that looks like that, which doesn't mean anything other than, to me, it's novel, and therefore I really want to think about it and what the ramifications are. If basically it's the same number of lots and it's the same configuration, other than it looks like a little more buffer open, call it buffer open space, whatever, along the road. My question would be in terms of the access to the houses, the roadway, what's appropriate for a 9-lot subdivision? And I guess at this point, I don't know enough about what the differences between those 2 proposals would be, actually look like on the ground, and actually how it would actually function. I wouldn't want to see something that just ends up kind of being a piece of dirt or gravel or something that doesn't get maintained and somehow just doesn't work for nine or eight, potentially 18 cars going in and out of there. Those are my comments.
Thanks. John?
Yeah, my initial comment would be I just wish this applicant had waited a few months. We're still kind of reeling from the last flex, and it just seems like we're really burdening the traffic on fairgrounds. So that's my first initial gut reaction, and whether good, bad, or otherwise. I know there are a lot of options with this. It's 5 acres. It's a considerable size lot. And just, I'm glad at least they're thinking about, instead of pushing one particular way or another. I thought about maybe conventional wise, instead of the flex, with a couple of restrictions. And I was thinking if the owner would be open to the number of units, maybe limiting to one single family dwelling, such as we did with this the past applicant that we had, even though it was only 2 lots. But also maybe the size, the square footage of ground cover, because by doing so, we might be able to control the amount of cars and people, and instead of having 3 units there and primary, secondary, tertiary size, and if we could maybe control the traffic and the amount of people by the number of units and the size, that would be, I think, for me, a step in the right direction. Also, I don't know what the staff would think about the connection to Catch-A-Lot, I believe, is the cul-de-sac on the other side of it. I don't know what that would entail as far as legalities, but opening up another form of exiting. But if that were connecting there, you wouldn't only solely rely on going out to Rugged and exiting onto Fairgrounds. Yeah, it's just a tough pill right now, just after we just approved another one. So I'm sure I have a lot more to say, and I don't want to get in the first round here, depending on what the owner identifies or what they're going to be identifying as far as doing the use. But once they make up their mind of what they want to do, then I'm sure we're going to have a lot more. Also, something that came to mind is tiny homes. Years ago, we approved an area for tiny homes, and it's always been on the back burner of a lot of people's minds. I get constantly asked, what's happening with that? Is there a way to put a tiny home? Because of the building restrictions as far as connecting to sewer and a foundation, taking it off wheels and things like that, it's very difficult for a tiny home. However, there are many uses or zoning areas that we can put a tiny home, as long as you have the proper sanitation, Board of Health. But something in the size limiting the size might help to address a tiny home situation. So I just think with the size of this 5 acres, in the same area that we've been building out, and we still have Tacoma Green going there, anything we can do to lessen the congestion there, I think the neighborhood would appreciate. So those are my initial comments. I don't want to sound like a negative, because I know flex is a very good thing, and for the majority, we really want to see that and keep the open space. However, it's just, I know the neighborhood is really getting saturated with dwellings there, and this is just another one of those where we're going to have to really be very methodical in what we plan here, because it is going to affect the neighborhood again. Thank you.
Thanks. Nat?
I got a lot of notes, Madam Chair. So, a couple of things that Dave and Fritz said are pretty accurate in my mind. So this has been sitting in R20, and we have discussed that in the last couple of years. And this little pocket of R20 is sort of hanging out there, sort of like, you know, the old days of Bartlett with RC2 or something. And it's sort of, you know, people own it. This is what can happen. So I personally I do agree with what Fritz and Dave said about the flex, as far as like, we don't, you know, that's sort of not really for this type of area. I realize what we just did for the Wiggles property, but in this particular case, you've got Saginaw, you've got Cashalot, and you got Mishami. Now, I was going to ask Dan, how much roughly is Saginaw? Like, how much land is there? I don't really know what it is exactly, so I'm sure you've zoomed around in your abilities to find out these things in 2 seconds. How much land is over there in Saginaw, just to give people an idea of how much dirt is in this spot versus some of the other developments that are abutting it or close to it?
Seekenau is probably about double the size in acres.
Okay.
It's got
And
more
what
lots on
did
it.
they get? And what did we do there, Leslie? That was a while ago. That was before you were here, I think. When was that? What do they have over there? They have restrictions, no second dwellings and all kinds of crazy stuff, right? Pretty sure.
Madam Chair, through you, that was before my time. I think that was in the early 90s. But they are restricted to single dwelling units, and I think there's some allowance for maybe garage apartments. I'd have to look, but they definitely have some restrictions.
Yeah. So in this particular case over here, I'd rather see something with the R20 versus shrinking the lots and then just having some field somewhere that no one's really using. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather see a reduced layout road in the conventional way, like we used to do, Dan, back when we used to talk about rural road alternatives. We used to make the actual layout not 40 feet, you know, smaller. And there's room for the infrastructure and sidewalks, but it doesn't technically have to be, you know, the full 40, but whatever works, you know, as far as how much land you have and so forth to make it work. But, you know, I'd like to see every second dwelling a covenant, but I know we can't require that. But I have been itching for that to happen since this whole thing started, with something fresh and new, to have a covenant, new builds in a subdivision plan, where somebody would say, okay, we'll restrict every second dwelling to be a covenant. Because I mean, that's what we need. And it's hard to do that from this. We can't require it, but it's just on my wish list as, you know, one person that thinks that that's the right thing for year-round, you know, real year-round guaranteed housing. And the R20 lots are the ones that are all doing covenants from existing dwellings. They're everywhere, down Helen's Drive and other places where there's R20. So, but it's hard to ask someone to do that with a new project because they're looking at the potential. This area is technically, in my mind, not trophy. It's not even mini trophy area. I'm not sure if they'll be able to do what they're thinking, if that's what they're thinking, but, you know, that's my wish. But I don't really see the advantage of having 10,000 square foot lots just to have a lot for a field or a butters or whatever. You know, that's my personal feeling. So, so this abuts Cashalot, correct? That's what's behind it, correct, Dan?
Yes, it does.
That little circle, that's what I thought. It's not Mishami, it's because Cashalot it's got a circle. Okay. And the layout of Rugged Road is 66 feet, isn't it? One of those rod roads, isn't it? I'm pretty sure.
I think it's, yeah, I don't
that road has got some crazy layout. Rugged Road does.
Yeah, it's around 60 something feet wide, I believe, around 60s.
Yeah, because that's been discussed as far as, you know, connecting to lovers and things like that. So what John brought up about traffic, I mean, at some point in time, I mean, it wasn't long ago, there was it was dirt after Saginaw. So, you know, like it's going to change at some point in time. And there'll be some kind of a connector at some point that's paved through there one way or the other. So I'm not concerned about traffic. I mean, you can't control traffic with zoning. So it's just the way it is. I just like to see something work here that, you know, can benefit the year-round housing issue through a AR subdivision, if your client is willing to look at that. A new build covenant's $850,000, Dan. That's a lot of money. Nobody would believe it anywhere in the country except here. So by the time this gets built, it'll be $950. Thank you very much.
Megan, did you want to add something?
Oh, yeah, just quickly. One staff recommendation would be to create a pedestrian access from the roadway to Cash Lot. They have a pedestrian easement running through that lot that's at the back of the cul-de-sac. So that, I think, would be something that you would want to require. In terms of some of these other restrictions surrounding density and that sort of thing, it's really going to be dependent on what route the applicant takes. Flex development would require a special permit, and therefore, you know, maybe some additional restrictions can be imposed. But an AR subdivision, so long as a ton of waivers aren't being requested, there might not be as much room there to put some of these restrictions on.
Let me go to the alternates here, and then I have some thoughts myself. Dave, Dave Iverson, did I ask you already?
Yes, I was first.
Okay. David Callahan.
David, unmute.
You need to unmute.
Yeah.
There we go. If I were to want to see the flex development approved, I'd like to see the open space come to the street side and maybe just have a little walkway down there to Cash Lot, as was just mentioned by Megan. That's my least favorite of the plans, probably because of the neighborhood. I just as soon see, you know, the flex development plan there. And that might be the easiest one to get approved. But otherwise, until the applicant picks his plan, I don't think there's a lot to discuss really at this point. Thanks.
Thank you. Stephen Welch.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I would agree comments with respect to access, kind of working backwards. My personal preference would be the flex, but I think any of the proposed layouts could be successful in their own right. And the success would really revolve around the number and types of dwellings. So for instance, single family or duplex or so on and so forth. I'd not take any of that. I wouldn't suggest taking any of the layouts off the table, but perhaps a development of the concept towards housing solutions. So let the solutions drive the selection, depending on the owner's interests. I think there is some great opportunity to be creative within the bylaw to create good housing solutions. I think if this were approved similar to Wiggles property, I agree with John, it'd be tough on the chin here at the planning board for staff and for board members, and certainly for traffic. But it is worthwhile to point out that there would be a significant number of dwellings, all presumably geared towards year-rounders. And this could be something that was developed on a phased basis, as opposed to a single time build out. Now, that is purely on what the applicant is interested in doing with their property. They have options with the A&R, obviously, but I would just suggest taking a good look at what opportunity this property has for solving, if the owner's interested in some good housing solutions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I agree with a lot of the comments that John made. When I looked at the three proposals, I guess I prefer the larger lots, as probably is no surprise to anyone. I think as we take over the forested areas that are extremely rural and start to make them residential, I think we should try and maintain some of the essence of that ruralness that was there with the larger lots. As I just happened to be driving through Hyannis with Mom's operation last month. And, you know, one of the things I notice about you have a lot of major roads that go through residential neighborhoods, but I think one of the things that makes that a pleasant drive is the larger lot sizes that they allow or that they have encouraged to be developed there with the housing and the large lot. I happened to take a ride a few days ago down a development that I believe right next to this, and I think it's probably an R20, but it's lovely. Kids were playing in the street with a hockey net, and you know, they were single family homes. I could see where, you know, maybe a garage apartment or something like that would be, an attached garage apartment or something might be part of the mix to address some of the affordable housing kind of thing. I'm not sure 850,000 is an affordable house anywhere in the United States. So that said, I think apartments and finding affordable renting situations would be a second best thing. So that was one of them. With the flex plan, of course, it has the smaller lot sizes with the larger lot in the back. And the advantage that I saw to the larger lot in the back was that with that right of way that that Megan was talking about, to Catch Lot, that Catch Lot itself is a family residential community. And I could see where with a walking path or something that rear lot area in the flex plan would allow for a lot of kids to get together. Again, I'm trying to think about kids and residences and sort of blending neighborhoods, but not by car. You know, trying to make cars fit everywhere and then say we don't want to have as many cars doesn't seem to mesh. So I sort of like the idea of more of a hikeable, bikeable, walkable path connections between neighborhoods. So I think that was pretty much all I had. I didn't have a lot of questions because of course there are the three. I guess my one question is, what's the advantage in emergency vehicles with the T versus the cul-de-sac at the end? Is there an advantage or not to one design or the other?
They like the circle.
Excuse me, Nat? I think
The,
he said they like
fire
the
department likes the circles. I can tell you that.
Okay, so
we used to do these hammerhead things, and that was very negative. We received back in the day. So, I mean, I'm just saying that's the general point with them.
So then the cul-de-sac, which I agree, it seems to make a much better for everyone, you know, even when you have someone like me who decides to drive down the neighborhood to see what it's like down there as I'm trying to compare different developments and get a better feel for them. You know, I could drive down and just take the cul-de-sac around and out. I didn't have to get into backing in anyone's driveway or something. But then I would assume that the 60-foot radius that they have on the cul-de-sac on the plan is large enough for the fire trucks. I'm assuming.
I think we'd have to get the blessing of the fire department in any event, Campbell.
Okay. Well, so the long and short is, I think I prefer more of the conventional with restricted housing, like I said, to single family dwelling with a garage apartment or something like that.
Let me just add a couple of thoughts. I don't see the design of as presented as a real true flex development as I understand it, because I think of flex as more like clustered, that you try to maximize the open space in one area so you disrupt the environment less and you make it usable as a way that people can share it. I think you'd have a very hard time finding a conservation group that would be prepared to kind of oversee the basically expanded backyards here. That's worth reflection. But more significantly, when I think about this, what came to my mind was wishing it could be kind of an elder community. Bill, I talked to Andrew and Megan a little bit about this, that we have a distinct zoning district allowing for that kind of a thing where you've got a dedicated development that is geared to not necessarily the oldest, but transitioning people. I think if you wanted to explore it, I would think that talking to Tucker Holland, or who's the housing rep for the town, that really could be worth your while. It would add less kind of active driving traffic. It wouldn't have as substantial a population base, because federal law allows 55 and older dedicated communities not to have to comply with the standard rules about number of bedrooms for families and things of that sort. And I think in a way that could, Nat was talking about covenant homes, but I think there's potential here on the island, people with larger homes that they, well, like everywhere, all of us probably can think of our parents or people we've known over the years wanting to downsize and to kind of move toward less burden of upkeep for outside property and less kind of cost of maintaining a house, because you're not using as much of it if you've had kids and the kids are grown. So I would just suggest to you kind of, you've got a valuable property there to think out of the box more than maybe you've had a chance to do so far. And before you reach a final resolution, that may be the kind of thing that your client would be interested in. And I would think there's a market for that kind of thing here, and that as people might downsize, that might open up some of the other housing so that could be usable for other members of the community. But that isn't what you put before us. I'd have to say, I echo a lot of what's been said before. This doesn't look to me like a real honest to goodness flex development. And I think, although I try to brainstorm and think about how we can have somebody hold the property rights to make flex possible, we ran into those issues with another subdivision, as you may be aware, where Sarah Alger worked very, very hard to try to sort out who would in fact take conservation rights to oversee that. And I don't think that's an easy thing when you're basically just having a standard development, which is the way this looks, whichever way you do it. So those are my comments. Megan and Leslie, what kind of motion do we need on this?
So same with the prior plan, you need to, vote to approve the preliminary plan. And just so the board's not confused, the preliminary plan is the one that has the traditional cul-de-sac layout. The other two were just provided for your discussion for the applicant to move forward.
And then they can come back with modifications and things of that at a later point.
Yes.
Nat, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I just want to clarify what Leslie just said, or your question, I guess. Leslie, can we ask them to come back for a second preliminary plan meeting? I think that's what you just said. but I didn't catch it exactly the same. In other words, with what the feedback that we've given Dan, he's got like a lot of talking to do to them. So it's unrealistic for them to come back with a definitive, application, right? So one more meeting.
So, Madam Chair, through you,
Yeah.
the actual preliminary plan, which is the first one,
Right.
showing 9 lots in a cul-de-sac, that's the plan that you're voting on. And that plan, I think generally meets the subdivision rules and regs.
Yeah.
You can add some, suggestions in there if you want. I mean, I think for the other 2 plans, if you want to talk with them about design ideas prior to a definitive plan, they could do that under a sketch or some other agenda item, but that's not really part of the preliminary plan.
Okay.
So Leslie, it's basically to say that we approved the preliminary plan means that the preliminary plan meets the requirements as they exist now, but it's no guarantee that, especially when it's as limited in detail and everything here and where we've got as many questions as we have, you can say you've got a preliminary plan, but that doesn't tell you that you're going to pass muster when it comes to a real plan, right?
Right.
So Dan would need to, what if we give him the approval, which is I think what Megan and Leslie recommend as to the first of these, the conventional approach, Dan and his client should know that they presented it, we discussed it, but we're not happy with it.
If I can just offer.
Chair?
Yes,
I'm
Fritz.
sorry, Dan, did you want to go ahead?
I'll just make it quick. I've taken a lot of notes. I've heard the board's feedback. And I think what I would tell you is if the applicants decide to go with the first plan, that would come back to you with some definitive plan based on that one. If they should decide to go with some type of an open space or the flex development or the rear lot, I think based on what I've heard tonight would come back to you with some other concept again before we go for a final. So I think it's going to depend on what the applicants decide to do. Either we'll come back to you with a definitive or we'll come back to you again with some other preliminary version to better refine what you've already seen.
Thank you, Dan. Fritz?
My only comment, and I think maybe Dan just answered it. I guess as long as the applicants heard enough, or Dan's heard enough to have a discussion with the applicants, I think they understand where we're going. My only question would be, is it possible to continue, and is there any advantage to continuing it? It sounds to me like the owner's going to go back and have a discussion, and they're going to either come back with a traditional or they're going to be interested in something else. So maybe a continuation for more discussion really doesn't do anything.
I think if we were to continue it, we'd have to set a date on it, and they may not be ready to.
Yeah, okay. That's fine.
Leslie, Megan, is that what you would say?
I think it's really up to Dan if he wants to, move forward with the sort of traditional preliminary plan route, or if, that's not important and he wants to pursue other concept options.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Maybe I may be wrong, but the way I'm seeing it is that the traditional conventional plan with the cul-de-sac and the larger lots, obviously with potentials for a 55 and over as an idea, or limiting the number of buildings there, and also maybe square footage, and I think we're heading towards that to approve the preliminary plan, and then any kind of modifications or something that the owners might go to. But I think Dan would be. It doesn't look like they're going towards a flex or something like that. And if we did, then it would be a drastic change. But I think right now everyone's talking about the larger lots in this particular area. So I think it would be okay to approve the preliminary.
Sure, but they haven't had a chance to hear any of this yet, so you don't know what they'll ultimately decide, but that at least puts a bookend on where we are now for this chapter.
Right, what I guess what would ask for is the board to approve the preliminary plan, the first version. The intent of the second two was to get your feedback, because there are other options here. But for now, if we can get the approval of the first plan, being the one with the cul-de-sac and the 9 lots. And if the owners decide to go with some other version, I will tell you that we will come back with some type of preliminary plan that better outlines what that would look like. Because right now, it is pretty, second and third plans are very limited in the information we gave you intentionally just to get some feedback into what direction people would like. So if we end up going down that path, we'll come back with something with more information in a preliminary level that we can work out before we go with anything final.
Okay, are everybody agreeable to that? Is there a motion then to approve the preliminary plan?
I'll make that motion.
That was Fritz.
Second.
John first,
John
Fritz second.
first, Fritz second.
Yeah.
Okay, roll call. John,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Okay, thank you, Dan, and
Thank you.
everybody. Okay, so now we're going to move into our public hearing phase. I'm just going to ask, we've got a request to continue on PLSP 2020-08-66 Gray Lady Marine, 13 Arrowhead Drive. We don't have to open the hearing in order to continue, I don't think, right? So is there a motion to continue till the January meeting?
Motion to continue to January.
John moved,
Second.
Fritz seconded. Roll call, John,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith. Then we've got PLSP 2020-07-56 Atlantic Landscaping, 6 and 8 Marble Way. The action deadline is the end of December. They've requested to withdraw without prejudice. Do we need to open a hearing on that, Megan?
Madam Chair, if I may, I need to recuse myself before you address this.
Okay, thank you, John.
Sure.
I think John recused last month when they requested to continue, and
I think Dave
had activated
Callahan.
Dave Callahan.
Right.
The public hearing for this matter is currently open. So before you decide what to do about the withdrawal, I'd suggest closing it and whether or not you want to entertain comments if anyone has any.
Okay, members of the board, would you?
I have a couple comments.
So do I.
Judith.
I do too. So can we have comments first and then decide whether to close the hearing? I think we might as well give the comments because that may affect what people want to say in the hearing. Nat, you want to go first?
Yeah, it's just, so this is more for, I guess it's for Rick and Leslie, I guess, but the existing conditions now, because if somebody's going to bring it up, so there's no point in waiting for someone to bring it up. Whatever is currently illegal versus what isn't under the current, where the conditions and the zoning and the land size, whatever's going on over there right now, if this is withdrawn, what needs to be corrected to be legal without any MCD? So I guess, Rick, that's through Judith. I'm not sure where that should go.
Nat, I'm going to ask Megan, and I think she should be the one that answers that.
Okay, Megan, sorry.
For starters.
Oh, that's okay. I think I'm going to defer to Leslie if that's okay on this one.
Okay.
Yeah, this one's a little beyond, right?
I'm gonna defer to Rick actually, because Rick and I did have a conversation about this. I don't have a list of things that need to be corrected handy right now. But he and I did have a conversation about him reaching out to a zoning enforcement officer and correcting the zoning violation and making sure that, you know, whatever needs to get done does get done. Because if it doesn't, then the zoning violation stays open and still needs to be resolved. So the specifics of that I don't have handy, but maybe Rick could provide some more info on that.
Rick,
Yeah.
would you like to comment? Rick.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think I'm sorry, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think the violation was, Marcus had said we failed to file a use permit to change the use on the second lot, the one that is mostly vacant and has that temporary brush pile. And he also said we needed an MCD because we had more than 20 parking spaces there. So what we did not file for a use permit, obviously, because I told Marcus we were going to file for an MCD and the reason we filed is because that brush pile to begin with was 1,800 square feet, which pushed us over the 5,000 square foot threshold. I do not agree with Marcus that we needed an MCD because we had 20 parking spaces there. The bylaw is pretty clear, I think, that you need an MCD when your uses require 20 parking spaces. For his use, we only require, 6 or 8, something like that. But of course we have more than that. So in any event, so that was what the violation was about, and we filed the MCD to try to cure that. I think to answer the question of what that Nat has about what has to be done is I think a couple things. Number one, we need to get a plan that reduces that temporary brush area to a size that gets us under the threshold, which is the intent. Right now, it's not being used because obviously nothing's being clipped, right? So there's really nothing there now. And so the plan is to show a concrete pad so that it's clear where that area is and how big it is, and put that on a site plan to show to Marcus, and hopefully he will agree that we don't need an MCD with those uses that are on site. And then the only other question it will be, I think, for the applicant, whether he wants to include the drainage there, that of course will not be required if there isn't an MCD. And then the last thing is that, he wants to use it as one lot, 2 lots as one contiguous lot. And there are right now 2 driveways, one on each of those lots. So I think that Lindsay wants to continue to use 2 driveways. If it's possible for him to use one, then and that's what he wants to do, then we will do that. And then we will not need to come back to the board for approval for a second driveway. I also think that some of the comments that I received from the neighbors when we met was that they, at least some of them, preferred the second driveway and the one-way access because it made for a more predictable situation on the roadway. So anyway, that's what I think we have to do. Now, if Marcus completely disagrees with us somehow, then I guess at that point, we'd have to come back for an MCD. So that's, I think, what we have to do.
Nat, did you have further questions?
I mean, I'm sure that plenty of people have something to say. I just wanted to sort of start this off with what the main problem was from day one, Rick. And I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but
Okay.
That needs to be clear. It needs to be understood. This neighborhood lives in a place that was old school when people actually pushed their lawnmower and used, manual clippers and rakes. Okay. Even though it was an RC2, and now it's C-Tech, and this will be the 3rd application, I believe, for this area that's, stirred the pot. And I just want to make sure that we get everything cleaned up so that it's allowed to be used for commercial, you know, at the level that it's allowed and everyone understands it. So it's not, we're not re-entering the same thing we've been doing now since, what's his name? The original application.
Simpson.
So, Simpson, yeah. So that, and I think that that second driveway and that whole width of it, I think some of the neighbors I've talked to one person in the neighborhood about that understands that sometimes it's better to have more access than one crowded access. You know what I mean? But at the same time, the stuff with the smell, the stuff with the stockpiling, whatever the case may be, these things have to get organized and agreed upon. If we don't have an MCD with regulations that are agreed on and that are issued by special permit, then they're going to be dealing with the zoning enforcement, which you brought up, and that is worse than having an MCD in some cases. So that's where it just needs to get started off on that foot. So thank you, Rick, for your attention to this.
Yeah, and just so everyone's clear, I mean, I think that was the purpose of, you know, part of the purpose, obviously, of reducing that area. I think it will be a better scenario. And I did want to be clear in my letter to the board that the intention and any plan we would show to Marcus would have this on it, that the intention is to remove that every day. And if it's, you know, he has no interest in composting anything. He's not going to use this stuff. He brings it to the dump. And so the intention is to remove it every day. And I think that has been happening all summer with a couple of times that he's failed to do that. And I think that's understandably the neighbors have voiced their concern about that, because they shouldn't have to sit there if the thing is rotting and smelling. So, and that's part of the reason to put the pad under it as well that we talked about is, you know, to prevent some of that as well. So that's the idea.
Okay, Rick, I'm going to ask that I have a chance to go through the rest of the board rather than just back and forth here for a while. If we could do that, Dave. Iverson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And Rick, please don't take this the wrong way, because I truly don't think that you're part of this, but this whole application just, it leaves a really sour taste in my mouth. The only reason he came was because he got cited. He dragged his feet and just wasted the time of plus staff, of board members, of neighbors. For 3 months, he dragged it through. He knew he was doing something wrong. Now here we are in December. He doesn't need space for clippings anymore, and all of a sudden he pulls the permit. So I really feel like he is not he's not going at this with good faith, and I think he's showing very little respect for his neighbors. And I would argue to move forward with prejudice. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Dave. Let me just ask Leslie, could you just, to be sure we're all on the same page, clarify what it means to allow withdrawal with prejudice? Under what circumstance could it come back if in fact Marcus were, for example, to say it's still out of compliance? Could they come back and seek an MDC if it was denied with prejudice?
So if it's denied with prejudice, let's see, I think Megan and Andrew had a conversation with town council just to check on the procedures for that, because it's not something that comes up very often. And I believe the conversation was that the board had to pass that vote by a simple majority, and that it effectively has the same effect as a repetitive petition application. So they couldn't come back within 2 years.
Within 2 years?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's correct. That's the conversation I had with Andrew and town council, that if it were to be withdrawn with prejudice, the board would have to vote that by majority, and it would be for 2 years.
And if the board wanted then to reconsider a later date, could it allow by majority vote or 2/3 vote to take it up again? You didn't ask that. Sorry. Fritz, comments?
Yeah, we're not an enforcement body, but I want to move in whatever direction we should move to make sure that this gets resolved. And I agree somewhat with Dave's comments. I just don't like kind of what's been happening. And so whatever we do, I just want to make sure that we do everything we can possibly do to get this resolved in a way that it's acceptable to certainly us and to the neighbors, to the extent that they have legitimate, which I think they do, concerns, and not have this be something that just carries on and all of a sudden next spring becomes an issue again. So however we go about that, whether it's with prejudice, like I say, I don't know whether that helps us or whether the approving with prejudice, the withdrawal with prejudice helps us in our endeavor to make sure this gets resolved by preventing him from being able to come back. I don't quite fully understand exactly what the ramifications would be, but I think you understand where I'm going. I just want to get this resolved.
Thank you. David Callahan. David Callahan, are you there? Yeah.
Takes me a second to unmute on that.
No, thanks.
I agree with Dave Iverson. I think, and as Nat said before, it's not the first time it's been before the board. And I think it's been an unfair use of Plus's resources to prepare this, get it going. And I'm not sure that they really have much stuff going on how to improve it, regardless of what Rick says, putting a cement pad there, I don't think, and taking it to the dump, because they come back when the dump is closed. So I don't think that's going to happen all that often. I think there's a lot of traffic there for this particular neighborhood. I think that, putting the two lots together is what's really made the problem there. Because it allowed them to have more usage. They have a lot of cars and trucks there. I've gone there one morning and saw the traffic. I would vote myself to go with prejudice. That's it.
Thank you. I would agree with what's been said. I feel strongly it should be denied. It should be allowed to withdraw with prejudice. I think others have spelled it out, so I don't need to repeat that. Let's allow the public hearing to continue. If there's anybody out there, member of the public, that would like to comment on this matter, Megan, could you tell them how to do that, please?
Sure. For anyone who's already logged in as an attendee, go ahead and use the raise your hand function if you'd like to participate. If you're watching at home and have not logged in and would like to participate, there should be a link below the YouTube screen that'll give you instructions on how to register for participation in the meeting. Right now we have one person with their hand raised, Sam Parsons.
Mr. Parsons, hello, welcome.
Hi, I'm a girl, Sam.
Oh, hi, Sam, excellent.
Thank you for everyone considering our thoughts. I think our thoughts are that we are fine, and we had mentioned this, we are fine with the two driveways because it does definitely stop a backup of traffic on Marble Way, going in 6 and coming out 8, or vice versa, however they do that. The only thing we'd like to just make sure happens, and we discussed that at a past meeting, is that the driveway on 8 Marble Way is too wide, and it had been discussed that that needed to be narrowed. And that came up, it was mentioned again tonight, so that we would just like to make sure that that does happen. And then the other question that we have is there any possibility of moving the compost pile elsewhere on the lot so that it, maybe to the back left of the lot, so it's abutting 6 Marble Way and it's just away from our houses? Is that something that is worth considering?
Let me ask Megan or Leslie, the existing use without being within an MDC is not subject to special permit, right? So it's to what degree can staff or the enforcement officer direct any things of that type?
So through you, if it meets zoning, it meets zoning. So there's really no direction. I mean, we can make suggestions, but they just have to meet the normal requirements of the bylaw for setbacks and that sort of thing.
So the compost, oh, sorry. Should I speak?
Yes, I want you to be sure to understand what she just said. What that means is that we don't have discretion to direct the detail about where certain things are on the parcel and that kind of thing, because it's allowed within zoning. What we've been talking about is whether the operation is at a sufficiently large scale that it should be treated differently and subject to special permit. And what our conclusion seems to be emerging is that we don't want to give it the permission to be more expansive with a permit because we think there's problems subject to the review by the zoning enforcement officer. But did that make sense, Ms. Parsons?
I think so. I mean, it's our understanding that he is allowed to have this compost pile, provided that it gets removed every day. But I guess would the applicant or would Lindsay consider moving it away from the houses that have been severely affected by the smell and the dust and the toxins that have been blowing into their yards? Would it be worth him considering moving it on his lot so that it's closer to his lot on number 6, like maybe in the middle, or just anything that we could try and compromise so that it's not such?
Well, I'll defer to our planning staff. I think if the applicant chose to do that because he decided he'd like to be more neighborly and attentive to your concerns, he could do that, but that, or that if there's any aspect of the compliance, for example, to actually move away any clippings that are in violation of current requirements, that could be required by the zoning enforcement officer. But that wouldn't be something this board would be doing. Leslie, is that accurate?
Yeah. So,
Ms. Parsons,
Madam Chair.
I think we heard you, but I think that I'm just finishing up with that, Nat, just a sec. I think we've heard your request, and I hope the attorney for the applicant has heard it too, but I don't think that this board is situated so that it can issue orders to that effect. Megan and then Nat.
I was just going to say there's another member of the public with their hand raised.
Okay, Nat, you can go first though.
Just real quick to follow up on what Sam said and Leslie. So, just so you guys know, I used to be a landscaper back when they didn't really call it landscaping, but grass clippings still do the same thing. They rot, they smell like cow manure. I mean, that's what they smell like when they rot. And the grass clippings are the problem. It isn't tree branches and hedge clippings a little bit, but it's really grass that does it. So to go back, Rick, to the, let's just pretend for 2 seconds that we're at the MCD application period for just a second.
Sure.
A property manager, a neighbor contact. This is all voluntary. I get that now. It's what everybody needs to realize. However, that's not going to make this go away. This is like the West End without an MCD right now, okay? And if there's a way for your owner, your client to, you know, you had somebody that you mentioned in the last meeting, I just don't remember who it was. This was like 3 months ago or 4. Somebody that can be like the neighbor person that communicates with the community lead person that answers their phone, okay? They can talk to them about what's going on and this and that. Anybody can sort of file. It's sort of like a homeowners association with a commercial business, something like that. You're gonna have to do something, because we go away after this meeting and your problems haven't gone away. They're gonna still happen. And there's no reason that a commercial business can't operate in that piece of property, regardless. I don't care how big it is. That doesn't matter. It's the use of it that the problem is. It's really, it's just the way things are today are different. There's always something going on, adding business, adding stuff. It's just the way things work. But this guy has another piece of property out at the airport. They can find a way to sort of mitigate, marble away a little bit. And you know what I'm saying? Driving to the dumps are pain. I mean, Prospect Street and Quaker Road are a disaster, especially in the summer. So nobody wants to drive all the way to Nantucket with some grass clippings. So maybe they need to have a grass clipping pile in a different place. Something like something. The dump isn't the answer necessarily. So there's ways to do it. And I think that there can be an answer here. Otherwise, he's just going to end up selling it. So we're going to be back to square one 3 years from now with somebody else. So it'd be best to be a good neighbor and come up with some kind of way to communicate with somebody in the neighborhood that is a, you know, the right person. So that's my suggestion to you. So thank you very much.
I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, Fritz. Oh, Rick, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, well, Fritz can go.
Go ahead, Rick.
Okay, thanks. So I did just want to address a couple of things, and in particular, you know, Dave's comment, and I appreciate him saying that it's not my fault. But you know, part of this is, and I do want to address kind of the way this looks, because it's something that I talked to my client about. I get it totally, Dave. But I just, you know, I want you to know that I did speak with Leslie about this over a year ago, well before we filed, well before there was a violation, Dave, about this exact brush area. And because I knew that was driving whether it had to be an MCD, and Leslie confirmed for me at that time, look, if this is what you're going to do, you got to file an MCD. So, you know, I blew it and didn't file in time, and then he got the violation. And then, you know, the truth is we had the hearing, and we heard loud and clear two things, that I think all the neighbors wanted a traffic study, which we had asked for a waiver for. We didn't see the point of it. And then also that they did not want an MCD. So we got the traffic study, and then we saw a lot of comments from neighbors about questioning why we got the traffic study. And then you know, consecutive with that, we saw a petition signed by 20 people that said we the neighbors really don't want an MCD. And so I met with Leslie in early November. We continued that November hearing to here. And then when I watched the hearing in November, it was very clear to me that the board had lost patience with us at that time. And I could have tried to continue again, but it was pretty clear, you know, you guys didn't want to hear that. And the last thing I just want to say also, guys, is that I was clear when I met with the neighbors, and those of you that have known me for a while here on the board know I don't say it if I don't mean it. And I said it to the neighbors, and I said it to all of you the very first hearing, that I know the neighbors disagree with me, but that I think having an MCD on this property is a good thing because it creates conditions. And so, continuing to hear them say, we don't want an MCD, we don't want an MCD, we finally said, well, what do we do? Can we pull it back so that it isn't an MCD? And so that's what got us here. So I know how it looks. I totally get it, Dave. Your comment is appropriate and well taken, but it's not intentional. We want to get this right too. The other thing is, I have clients and friends on that street. Sam is a friend of mine, and I have the utmost respect for her. So I want to do the right thing, and I think Lindsay will listen to me, and I think there was room for some good conditions here that will make everyone happy. But at this point, I the only thing I can say is I'd prefer if you keep the door open for us to file again in a couple of months, or a month, I don't know, if it doesn't look like it's possible to have a smaller brush pile, or that Marcus disagrees with us. I don't know. That's all I can say. I know I've gone on too long already.
Okay, I've got a lineup. I had Fritz first. Dave wants to respond. I think Fritz, if that's okay, I'm gonna let Dave go first, then Fritz, then Megan, and then there's somebody waiting in the public. Dave.
Yeah, just Rick, again, if my frustration overtook me, I apologize. But I think that the most important thing been said by Fritz, is that we as a board need to really kind of look at this and figure out what the best approach is in the long run to protect the neighbors, to let him have a business that functions yet doesn't go beyond the borders of his land in effect. So yeah, I mean, I'm just interested in what leaves us the most options going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Rick.
I'm at this point, I'm a little bit of a, let me get myself on video again. Quandary is about what the prejudice versus the non-prejudice. But I just do have one question. In resolving an enforcement issue, does the enforcement officer have the prerogative to require, well, I assume, to come to an agreement with conditions?
Leslie?
I guess that's Leslie.
So no, the enforcement officer just looks at the plan, looks at the proposal and says, yes, this meets the zoning, or no, it does not meet the zoning. And while I have the camera for a second, I did some quick research so I could get an answer on exactly what denial with prejudice means. And I believe that is equal to the unfavorable action by the board, which does result in the repetitive petition standards coming up again. So if they wanted to come back to the board, you'd have to take a vote and find that conditions had changed or the proposal is materially different from what was proposed this time around.
But Leslie, under those two provisos, that's conceivable. If there were, in fact, some actual clear difference agreements, protocols, whatever. Megan, I know you sent me something from council you did pulled up too.
Yeah, I think just to clarify some of the procedural aspects of the with prejudice versus without. Without prejudice or with, the applicant's still going to have to remediate the zoning violation. If you go without prejudice, they'll fix the zoning violation, and that leaves them the ability to reapply for an MCD at any point, which they choose or which they fall above that threshold. If you go with prejudice, that requires a 3-member vote. They will not be able to come back for 2 years unless, as Leslie explained, conditions have changed, in which case they can apply for a repetitive petition which requires a 4-member vote to get that to be considered.
Thank you. Fritz?
Okay, so a question. And this relates to, I guess the way I'm moving is, if this were to come back, is there a way that we can say it can't come back until the zoning violation is resolved? So either does that happen automatically? I presume not, because you filed this one while the application was. But so I guess maybe I'm saying as an alternative to say, dismiss it with prejudice, but with the understanding that a resolution of the zoning violation would be something which would permit us to allow the petition to come back in within 2 years.
I think from what Leslie said, just to kind of cut to the chase here, I think it would be up to a vote of the board to say whether they're coming into compliance with the zoning requirements. In fact, is that fair reading, Leslie, that would in fact be a change in circumstances or substantially different in some fashion?
I got it.
We had somebody still in the public who wanted to speak. Would you like to call on them?
Yes, Leah Hill.
Ms. Hill, you still there?
Hi there, I'm here. Thank you.
Welcome to the meeting. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for allowing us to speak. And I just wanted to thank Megan for being so great with answering all of our questions via email like the next day. So thank you, Megan. I just have a question to clarify something. So is it, to my understanding, that number 8 can basically be used as is, as long as the compost pile is reduced to, I think Rick had said in his letter, 500 to 600 square feet?
Leslie, do you want to speak to that?
I don't have the square footages handy, but the two sites combined cannot exceed the MCD threshold, which is 5,000 square feet of combined interior and exterior commercial use. So that's the threshold that they have to fall under.
Okay.
So Ms. Hill's asking about the compost area. Is there anything about that broad definition of 5,000 square feet of commercial use that tells you whether all of it could be dumping for compost or?
So that's an interpretation matter that the zoning enforcement officer will have to make as to whether or not they comply with the bylaw.
Okay, so sorry, just to clarify again. So the two properties together, if he's using them together, does that exceed the 5,000 square feet that he's allowed?
It depends how much of the property is devoted exclusively to the commercial use.
Okay, so essentially it could be like split in half. If he doesn't use half of 8, then he could still, okay. All right, thank you. That answers my question.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hill. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak?
Sam has her hand raised.
Sam Hunter?
Oh, Sam Parsons.
Sam Parsons, this is the second time? Hi, Ms. Parsons.
Hi, Madam Chair. I just have one other comment that I wanted to make. You know, I understand the request for an MCD, and we're being told that it's to our advantage because there will be enforcements. I just wanted to point out on November 2nd, Leah had emailed the zoning enforcement officer to follow up on the consistent violations that we've been dealing with. She sent a second follow-up on November 9th and never heard back. That was a week later. I finally emailed and ended up copying almost every town member, including the zoning enforcement officer, and Leah finally got a response on November 16th. So she
Ms.
first
Parsons,
emailed on November 2nd. So I
Ms.
guess my
Parsons, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but do you know their office was closed down because of COVID for a week, that their staff were under orders because of COVID in the office?
no, I did not.
Oh, I'd ask you to take that into account because they've been trying their very best.
Okay, so that was between the 2nd and the 16th of November.
I don't know the precise dates, but I just have to say, I understand people want prompt responses, but I think my experience is everybody in Plus is trying to work with the town, and much as we'd all like immediate responses on things, sometimes in this circumstances, I just don't want you to think ill of them as ignoring you or something, because I think there's extenuating circumstances that we all have to keep in mind. If you don't, I don't mean to be critical of you, I just thought that should be on the record so that they aren't seen as derelict in some way when they were basically their offices had to be cleaned and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, and I can totally respect that, and I do, but then I guess I assume that there might have been an automatic out of office, we're closed because of that, so that we didn't get frustrated. But I guess my point is it took 2 weeks for a response, even if the office was closed for a week. And that's where part of our concern is if there's an issue and we get told that there's an enforcement that can happen, if we're going to have to wait 2 weeks, that's part of the reason why we just are so against an MCD, because we're being told there will be enforcement, and that's how long it takes to get a response. And anyway, that's my point.
Okay, is there anything else? Because I think we're getting to the point we're going to close the hearing now. So if you or anybody else in the public, I see Mr. Bodette wants to speak again, but do you feel like you've had your say here now? I just want to be sure you've had your chance.
I do. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, Rick.
I just had a question. I didn't know if, if the board thinks that it's in the neighbor's best interest to withdraw this with prejudice. I wondered if it was possible to segment out our portion of the MCD where we asked for a waiver of the 2 driveways, just to keep that possibility open. I mean, I know, that's kind of, particularly since that was something that the neighbors, some of them at least, were interested in continuing. So I don't know if that's possible.
Rick, I'm just going to take a point of privilege here. I don't want to get too testy, but I think the board referenced the neighbors, but speaking for myself, I think the board feels as though this has been extended without a lot of responsiveness, and I appreciate your view that you made decisions based on the neighbors, but just so we're clear, I think the board is making some decisions and isn't deferring just to what the neighbors think. That's one member's opinion. I'm going to ask if there's anybody else in the public that wishes to speak. Okay, then I'm going to go back to the board and say, would anybody like to speak to Rick's request about the driveway situation? Nat?
Can you repeat that again, Rick? It took like definitively what you're asking.
He wants
I was just saying
he wants an approval to keep both driveways.
To keep the second use. So you're asking for, oh boy. So you're asking for a curb cut without
No,
an
not at all.
application,
I don't
or what
want
are
to
we doing?
complicate. I don't want to complicate this. You guys have been patient enough. We'd asked for an MCD. We also asked for a second curb cut. And so to the extent you are inclined to let us withdraw with prejudice, I guess what I'm asking is if you are able to leave out the second driveway portion so that we can come back for that, because as Leslie and Megan had mentioned, that we would be precluded without a very or a substantially different application from coming back on an MCD, or I would guess any portion of the MCD that we asked for. That's all. I'm not asking you to approve anything right now.
Right.
That's all.
I got you now. I'm kind of joking with you, but I got you.
Rick, just to be clear, so you're saying if we were to vote, and we haven't held the vote yet, if we were to vote to say withdraw with prejudice, if we would withhold and say, but without prejudice as to the driveway.
That's kind of what I'm saying, if you're inclined to do that. You know, I don't think it makes sense to do it with prejudice, but again, that's up to you guys. So, but yeah, if you were, I would say that would leave options on the table for, you know, really the board, the neighbors, us in the future.
Are we ready to close the public hearing? Campbell, I'm just going to ask that you be brief, because I think we're deliberating as to those that are going to have to vote on this.
That's fine. I just, regarding the driveway, somehow I feel like that should, you know, and it probably isn't even possible, but the curb cut should be related to resolving the zoning infractions that exist on this property. So, and that when those are resolved, and even if they would remain resolved, which would be great, then the second curb cut could come in. I mean, I think otherwise you're getting your cake, you know, and there's still this zoning issue that hangs out there and seems to be repeated if what Sam said Leah had done to file a complaint on November 2nd. I mean, that's relatively recent as far as.
Thank you, Campbell. Okay, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
So moved.
Fritz
Second.
moved.
I think that was Dave.
Nat seconded, or Nat moved and Fritz seconded.
I think Dave moved.
Dave
Fred seconded.
No, I didn't.
on that.
I didn't.
Let's do
I
it
was-
again. Who wants to make?
Oh, okay.
Who
Sorry.
wants to make?
Go,
a
Nat.
motion?
I'll make the motion to close.
I'll second.
Sorry about that.
Fritz, roll call to close the public hearing. Nat,
Aye.
Dave Callahan,
Aye.
Dave Iverson,
Aye.
Chris,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Okay, is there a motion on the merit?
Madam, I'd like to just talk, just a couple more minutes of discussion
Sure.
before
Yep.
we take a vote, Judith.
Yes,
Leslie,
go
can I
ahead.
just ask you a question? This is pertaining to what Rick is talking about. So if we move to withdraw with prejudice, it says in the staff report, this prohibits the applicant from applying for an MCD at this site for a minimum of 2 years. But that doesn't mean that they can't apply for a curb cut or some other something, to whether it could be ZBA, I don't know, it could be something. In other words, the MCD is strictly its own application, right?
Leslie,
So yes, so in my opinion, which I can see that Rick is probably leaning on the more conservative side, but your unfavorable action would be specific to the MCD and everything in it as a whole application. If the applicant wanted to come back with just a request for 2 driveways, that's not an MCD, and it really doesn't have anything to do with the commercial pieces that you're talking about now. So
But
I wouldn't
that's a
apply
public hearing.
to be something that would require a repetitive petition, but Rick's their attorney, and that's, you know, I guess a difference in.
and Leslie, it
But a
just,
second. Go
go ahead, Nat.
Sorry, Judith.
I was just-
Zoom is a lot slower tonight than ever.
I know.
It's
I
like
was
really
just gonna
slow.
ask- Go ahead, Nat.
Oh my God, Leslie.
Leslie.
So if they came in for a second curb cut, that's a public hearing.
It
So the
is.
neighbors get, it requires 4 votes. It's not like it's an automatic. So the neighbors get to talk about it gets, it's not, as you know, a second curb cut can be harder than building a subdivision. So, so I just want to clear that up because the people are on this, beautiful Zoom. So I want to make sure they know this. And then my next question is to all of us, the 5 of us, with prejudice makes the neighbors not have the ability to control that property. I'm a little nervous about it. I'm willing to do go with what everyone wants. I just want to make sure that we realize that we're going to create a situation where they can't come back for this. And I just don't want it to get worse. I don't think it will. I think that the process has been exposed enough for everyone to kind of like, wave a white flag and, maybe a peace pipe, weeds legal, whatever, to make this work. There's got to be a way to make this work. This is insanity. It's not like we just created commercial zoning last week. So that's my feeling right now.
I'm going to call on Dave next, but before, if you don't mind, Dave, Leslie, just because you've been laying out what the choices are here, could you say again that even if this were denied with prejudice, what are the 2 findings and what are the votes that would allow it to come back?
Oh, of course, I closed that document, but the board would have to vote that either, hold on, I have it, I can just read it to you. Just 1 second, sorry. So the landowner would need to demonstrate that there are specific and material changes in the conditions upon which the previous unfavorable action was based. So the board would have to vote in favor that, something significant had changed, whether, the application itself was substantially different or the conditions surrounding it were substantially different. Vote that ahead of time and then vote on the subject of the application.
And you said that could include something like the zoning problems got fully fixed and things were resolved to the point that there hadn't been complaints for some period of time or something to that effect as a possible example.
It could be.
Okay. Dave.
I just, to make this clear is the only way that we as a board can exert any influence over this piece of property is with an MCD, correct? But if they've pulled their application for an MCD, then we're in the same place. We can't exert any enforcement as a board on them or I just want to make that crystal clear because I want to do the right thing. I don't want us to pigeonhole ourselves as a board if we don't need to.
Okay, thank you. Who else would like to speak? Dave Callahan, anything further from you?
It seems to me if we did vote to shoot this down with prejudice, that it could still come back if we decide we want it back with, a new application. So I think we're making a strong point by doing it that way. And, the zoning enforcement officer is still there to try to do something with this property. And so I think that's the route I would go.
Fritz, anything else you'd like to
add? No, I'm still sitting here trying to decide what I'm going to vote on, but anyway.
Okay.
I understand the circumstances.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to dismiss with prejudice.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And we all understand that means that triggers the repetitive petition requirement. They can't come back for 2 years unless they seek relief from us showing that there's been the standard Leslie read out, satisfied in terms of substantial difference. And as to the driveway issue, they could conceivably apply for a second driveway permission if they chose to do that, which is a separate matter. That's our shared understanding of that motion, right? Is there further discussion? Ready to vote? Dave Iverson.
Aye.
Rick,
Aye.
Dave Callahan,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you, Rick. We're sorry. No knock on you, but I think we really, you could see, we feel the need to try to bring some structure and some closure here. I hope you personally that you're able to bring things into compliance and show that there's a difference, because I think in the long haul, an MDC would be better. But I also think we could be calendaring this every month from now till the end, this time next year, and could well be in the same place we're in. And that doesn't seem like a fruitful thing for anybody. So, all right.
I understand. I appreciate it. And thanks for your consideration. Thanks for your patience in this process. I mean, next time I would have liked to maybe get one vote, guys, so I can tell my client maybe someone was on the cusp of. But I won't take it personally. Don't
how
worry.
many of us think for Rick's a jolly good fellow? All right. Okay. It's
Thanks, guys.
6:20 and next up is 10 Cliff Road starring Sarah Alger and others. How about a 7-minute break if that doesn't inconvenience you, Sarah? Just bathroom break and.
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay, everybody, 6:21 back at 6:28. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, if it's about that time, if folks can reconvene here, it'd be great, so we don't keep our distinguished moderator cooling her heels. We're missing your colorful books. It looks like you're in your home repair shop, or probably you do all manner of things. You probably have some gavels tucked away there somewhere.
You know me too well.
How many gavels do you have? Do you collect gavels?
I do. I probably have, I don't know, 25 gavels or so.
Do you really?
Mhm.
And what did they signify? Every town meeting you survived? Or?
No. Oh, just
or
have
are
found
you
a
like
given name.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg and they're like your descent colors that you find them and collect them?
Maybe the chair of the planning board needs a gavel.
Well, I have a couple. I have one that is glass, that is what I'm making a point about transparency. So
Nothing else, you can throw it at people.
no, that's true. Well, thank you, everybody. I appreciate your focus. I know some of these issues are by no means easy, and we certainly don't want to scare off our legal counsel and other friends here, but that was a tough one, and we'd spent a fair amount of time working on it. So I appreciate your collective wisdom. Now we're about to launch into PLSP 2020-10-89 and PLSP 2020-10-90, 10 Cliff Road LLC, 10A and 10B Cliff Road. I'm going to call on you, Sarah, but I want to confirm that some of the staff are there to be able to track. There's Megan. Okay. I see there's Leslie. Okay. So Megan, do you want to tee this up briefly, and then Sarah, you'd be welcome to take us forward.
Sure. So the applicant is before us requesting a special permit that will in effect supersede and replace all the previously issued special permits. Currently, the site is pre-existing non-conforming. So by issuing the permit for the lodging house in ROH, it will bring the site into conformity. They're proposing to reallocate some of the guest rooms, taking 3 of the employee units, converting them to guest rooms, at the same time taking 3 of the guest rooms and converting them to employee units. So there will not be a net change of the guest rooms. The existing residential kitchen, which has licensing through the Board of Health, will also remain.
Okay, Ms. Alger.
Yeah, that's a very fair statement from Megan. This property is currently pre-existing non-conforming in the residential old historic zone, having been a use that predated the 1972 adoption of the zoning bylaw. With the addition of the change to the definition of transient residential facilities in bylaw section 139(2), transient residential facilities, aka guest houses, are allowed by special permit for properties that are wholly within a quarter mile of the CBT. This property, both 10A and 10B, happens to be within a quarter mile wholly within a quarter mile of the CBT, and therefore a special permit from the planning board is now appropriate. So our thought when we came to making this application was, rather than continue to be a pre-existing non-conforming use and ask for an alteration, that it would be better to just come in and ask for a special permit for the entire use and kind of clean up the whole permitting situation. It's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other, but it seemed to be a more straightforward path to go with the special permit under the use chart in section 7, using that within a quarter-mile radius of the CDT under 139.2. So currently, because this is a pre-existing non-conforming use, there are 2 special permits issued by the zoning board that apply to this property, and they, for the first one, restricted the use of this particular cottage to employees and owners, and the second one eliminated that restriction that would have allowed the house at 10, I think it's 10B, no, it's 10A, to be sold separately. Currently, we've only had this property for about a year, open for part of this past summer. We weren't able to get all of the renovations done that we needed to, so we didn't use the 3 spaces in the basement for this past summer. We used 14 of the 17 rooms and held those 3, I guess, garden level rooms aside until we could actually finish the work on them. And since then, we've acquired this fall the 10A property. So we're bringing it back together, and we're asking to basically swap rooms, to take the rooms that had been staff housing and owner housing from the house at 10A, put them in the basement of 10B, and then take the 3 rooms that have been in the basement of 10B and move them to the house at 10A. We're not proposing any other changes. We're keeping the kitchen just the way it is for the continental type breakfast. It's a residential kitchen. It's been licensed as such through the Board of Health, and we'd continue to do that. That's the short story. I know there were considerable neighborhood concern that was raised with the board. We took the opportunity in the time that's been intervening since we filed this application to have a meeting with all the neighbors. We're very sensitive to their concerns, and we're trying to address their concerns as much as we can. I think there were some misunderstandings on the part of some of the management over the summer. There was some exterior music that was allowed. As soon as it was brought to their attention that that couldn't happen, it's been stopped, probably too late as far as the neighbors are concerned, but that has now ceased. I think there were some other concerns that were raised about alcohol service. I think there was a manager's cocktail that was provided. Otherwise, guests maybe have brought a bottle of wine and have sat outside and had it. But we're committed to putting a management plan in place that addresses any concerns that the neighbors have, and to being a good neighbor. It behooves us, just by virtue of the fact that we have guests, to provide a quiet environment for the guests, and 10 o'clock has been a cutoff and will continue to be a cutoff for any sort of congregation outside or any sort of noise. I have 2 of my clients are here to answer any questions that you might have. Both Brad Guidi and Jason Brown are on and are available to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Did they wish to speak, Sarah, or only if asked?
Hi, this is Brad Guidi with Blue Flag. I think we're here to just field any questions you may have. I think Sarah did a nice summary.
Okay. Leslie, you look like you may have something you want to say.
I don't have anything right now. Thank
Oh,
you.
okay. Board members, before we open the public hearing, are there questions or comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, can I just ask
Let me
Sarah a
just
couple things?
ask to be sure
Oh,
to, is
sorry.
there anybody who needs to recuse on this? No, okay. Dave and then Nat.
Thank you. And if
Oh,
I could
Dave,
ask,
sorry.
if I could ask Sarah some questions through you, or and maybe even Leslie. I'm just trying to get a grip on what the reasoning was on the original special permit that precluded rooms in the second house, and why that was done. If anyone has some insight to that, that would be helpful.
Sarah?
The only thing I can say is at the time that special permit was issued, a guest house use wasn't a permitted use. So I'm not sure they could have put rooms in that dwelling. Up until the change came into the bylaw that allowed this use by special permit within a quarter mile of the CDT, you couldn't have a guest house in the ROH. So I'm thinking that was the reasoning behind it. But I don't know, I wasn't there, it was a long time ago.
And then
Leslie,
I
or
have,
Megan, do you have any, or Nat, you have the long memory?
I actually gonna follow up with something else, but Dave took half my question. So that's okay, it's all good.
I'm working on the other half now.
Good.
Okay, I'll go back to Dave to finish his questions then.
And then, and maybe this is off topic at the moment, but just about the noise complaints. Is it true that most of them were centered around a fire pit? Can anyone answer that one?
I don't know. It didn't, looking at them, most of them seem to be complaints, but not actual violations.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's always been a congregating area outside. That hasn't changed. So I'm really not sure.
And in talking to the abutters and the neighbors, were they comfortable with you guys remaining at capping it at 10 p.m.?
I'll let Brad and Jason answer that.
Yeah, Dave, this is Jason Brown from Blue Flag. Thanks for the question. We had a good conversation with the neighbors, Dave, and I would say that, we, as Sarah said eloquently, are just as, if not more so, concerned about noise than they are, capping that at 10 p.m. And, I put some context to this. Obviously, hospitality has had a tough year. And, for that plus, reasons on the construction moratorium side, we were only able to open this hotel late in August. And, we tried our best to get everything up and running, as quickly as we can for a very, very condensed short season. And we are committed to, being the best owners and being the best managers we can there. So I think, or at least from our side, we had a very productive conversation to address that noise issue. And 10 p.m. is supposed to be the cutoff. Absolutely. That's the way we put it in place. That is the way we will do it going forward. And, my hope is that, we can continue to show the neighbors that's something that's, as if not more important to us, with those guests staying there paying high rates than anybody else around there as well.
Mr. Brown, could you clarify when you met with neighbors? Because we have a good deal of correspondence from people expressing concerns, and I'd be interested in knowing if that was before or after you discussed things with them.
Yeah, Madam Chair, that was the 7th, so last Monday, after all of those emails and concerns came through.
Okay, thank you.
That's it for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Nat.
And thank you, Jason.
Nat?
Yes, hi, hey, Sarah, I'm just I'm assuming that I've been in these buildings numerous times, but 10A, I believe it was, I don't want to say rebuilt or something, but it's definitely different than the other building, more newer. I'm not sure. It's definitely not like a historic foundation there. Like it's changed. I don't know what was done. And I'm wondering, you know, back then we made, you know, odd decisions. We weren't thinking the same way we were today. So I'm assuming that they probably restricted it because, you know, of what it was built for then, or added on, or whatever they did. I just don't know what exactly how that happened, but it's definitely not, you know, some 1850 building. I don't believe. I could be wrong, but I don't think it is. Do you know for sure?
I don't know all the work they did. They did a significant renovation though. I know that.
Definitely was, yeah. So I think what that agreement about not selling, is that a 4181L restriction? Or is that just something that was put in just whatever? You know, as part of that decision?
It was just put in as part of that decision.
I
look at
see,
the-
I see
okay.
Mr. Guidi would like to comment.
Yeah, I believe the reason that decision was made was to constrain the rooms on the property so that additional rooms couldn't be added.
All right, so that would make sense. And it also explains what your application is. Sort of at the same time, where you're not really adding rooms, you're just switching them. So, right. So the other question is the laundry in the number in 10B. Is everything in that basement kind of staying the same? Because that's where your laundry is for the property. So is that all? Okay. And just for everyone's understanding, this is, you know, my feeling in as far as like overall for stuff like this, since we approved CT, and this board here has seen a couple of oddball ones on North Water Street recently, where we had some odd agreements that no one knew about. There was one down below the overlook recently. This kind of stuff is going to pop up here and there. And I think that the most important thing to look at now is it's been commercial in residential zoning, but that's been a traditional thing. That's the reason we got CDT. But that's also the reason that we didn't go too much further down North Water. However, the commercial use is going to change over time, no matter what the zoning is. So you just got to be, by having a special permit over these properties gives control to us through restrictions, but at the same time allows them to function differently than they would in town. So I think that that's an important dynamic to keep in mind when we're looking at these things. It's not in CDT, but it's also allowed to be allowed in ROH, and it's been traditional on Nantucket. So, I can see why they would want to do some changes here, just strictly because of the way the place is set up. I mean, any new owner is going to want to make some kind of change in a place like that. So, and there's also a commercial use across the street from this place as well. So that would be my comment for now.
Thank you. John Trudell?
Oh, yeah, no, I was just looking at the noise complaints, and they're pretty consistent with loud music. I do note that 3 of them are past 10 o'clock. One of them is at 9:55 p.m. And there are 2 other ones that may be on a weekend, 1:50 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. I look at this as, we've approved employee housing outside of the historic district. I think of a couple besides the tennis club and Mayflower for the Great Harbor Yacht Club. We've always put restrictions on that. We've asked for a management property, somebody that is accountable. We've asked for no loud amplified music after a certain time. I'm kind of thinking that, this is, why should we force employees to live out of town? Here it's we have a lot of business downtown. So if we can manage an employee housing area where somebody's held accountable and people have the convenience not to use cars and traffic and parking spaces in the downtown core district, not to take up the space on even bus, the wave that is sometimes crowded. I don't know why we're getting away from it. If we can, I know there are some neighbors, but it seems like the same complaint. It's loud music. And if that is the complaint, if we can restrict that time, I think people should be able to live and enjoy. There could be music across the street in a residence, then they're playing music, and you don't see that employee is complaining about that. Reasonable things. I just don't see that they're going to have a concert out there. But if we can control the noise, if that's the only really gripe that the neighbors are having, I'm having a hard time to see that this wouldn't be a good thing. We just need to put some restrictions and controls on it. And again, just have some accountability with a manager that you can, if there is a complaint, the manager can be asked to find out and correct the issue before we bother with police and showing up there unnecessarily for maybe an amplified song that's playing because, and taking away some a police detail that could be otherwise used somewhere else where it's more important. So I think this can work. I think we just have to be a little bit, restrictive. Thank you.
Fritz?
I agree with John. For me, the only issue, and it's not directly related to the application, is the noise and the concerns of the neighbors. And so I agree. And we've, in many other cases, we've asked for that the neighbors have a name and telephone number of somebody they can call when they feel something is out of control, whether it is or it isn't, that they can at least voice that. And I'm sure the owners don't want to have the police department be the first people that are called, rightly or wrongly, because you don't want to involve that. So I'm okay as long as we seem to be addressing that. And I would just encourage the owners, maybe at the beginning of the season, to invite the neighbors to have a drink and introduce them to the on-site manager or something like that. It's very straightforward. It's being reasonable and being understanding to neighbors. That's all.
Great.
Let's see here. Campbell.
Everybody's frozen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple of issues. I think the noise one has been brought up, obviously. I think in the complaints, there was one fellow who had been, who was supposedly the care provider or whatever for the property, and he received 2 complaints. So it seems to me that he should have only had to show up at this place one time. These are not new people to the hospitality situation. And I think, when they were at the Roberts, doing the Roberts collection, it was also brought up about amplified music. So I think they're aware of the issues, not exactly how they skate on, well, we just didn't know, when, you do know. And, I believe there were 5 or 6 complaints regarding the noise, which is exactly 4 or 5 too many. It's my understanding, and I'm only getting this from the advertising, that this property is one of those, cell phone check-in things, like you don't really connect with a manager or employees on your way in. It's supposed to be one of those scanny deals. I only say that because I'm not really familiar with the whole QR code or your room number, and that becomes the key to get into your room and that sort of thing. So I think there's a missing connection between the people checking in and the management. which by moving employees and management out of the basement of the main guest house, I think could just compound that. And I do agree with John on the ease of dealing with the music. The other piece I saw repeatedly was the parking issue. And I haven't heard anything regarding the employees having no vehicles. It seemed to be implied in the package that parking spaces on those streets are taken up and by cars that are associated with 10A and B, and they could be there for 4 days or more. So I think if we're going to say that the parking isn't an issue, I think there has to be something about employees not having cars that they park on that, on the streetscape there, because, American Seasons also takes up quite a bit of parking there, as does Nantucket Hotel. I mean, we all know we park there if there's a spot, to get to downtown, because it's a nice walk and it's easy to get there. So that was pretty much my thing. I think that if they're going to serve cocktails and things, I think they need to, apply appropriately for a liquor license or something of that sort. The B&B portion is pre-existing, but the other portions are not. So thank you.
Okay.
Can I just clarify one thing?
Yes, sir. Please.
We're not moving employees out of the hotel. We're moving employees into the main building from the outbuilding, and we're turning the outbuilding into 3 guest rooms. So there will actually be now employees living in the main guest house building. And second, we don't have a key. We don't have a keyless check-in. The people come in and they have personal contacts with a manager when they check in. And
that way it had been.
Thanks for the clarification, Sarah. Let me see. Megan, could you give the story to the people who may want to speak at the public hearing?
Sure. Anyone wishing to speak, if you could please use the raised hand function. And when the chairwoman allows, we can recognize you to speak in the order in which you raise your hand. And we have 2 hands raised thus far. If there's anyone participating as a panelist, if you wouldn't mind doing the same.
Let me ask. I see Stephen Welch. Somehow I had blinked and missed you, Stephen. Before I call on members of the public, were there any things you wanted to say?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just think, it comes down to being a good neighbor. The idea of having someone on site, it sounds like someone's on site, but having them held responsible would be helpful. If everyone's responsible, no one's accountable, that type of thing. Don't disagree with any of the other comments. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay. Who is the first with their hand up of the public?
We have Philip Ross.
Philip Ross, hello, welcome. Feel free to offer your comments.
You have to hit unmute, Philip.
Hi there. It's actually Michelle Cole. How are you? We applied together. Philip and I are neighbors at 86 Center Street. We recently purchased the property in May. And I have to say the description of the noise level is truly minimized. The noise level has been continuous since they actually got up and going in the summer. Maybe it was the end of July, beginning of August. And for a while, we couldn't understand where this thumping Miami Beach sound was coming from, continuous, and really.
I'm sorry, could you just clarify, are you talking about music or are you talking about conversation or?
No, I'm talking about loud music.
Okay, thank you.
And it was continuous thumping, even in the back portion of, I have a fairly large property. I do face the back side where they have their seating area. And even in the back side of my property and my further neighbors to the back down on Kite Hill Road, we've all had continuous comments with regard to the continuous music. I mean, I totally understand the need for people to operate a business and be successful, and certainly the hospitality need here in Nantucket, but we are a residential, quiet community up here. And I'm just not sure why you need to have outdoor speakers thumping Miami Beach music all hours of the night. And the actual comment that this ends at 10 o'clock. 10 is actually late because some of us do go to bed early and get up early. And I just don't think it should be allowed at all, honestly. I mean, this is a residential community here. We're all respectful of each other.
The 10 o'clock provision is the town noise ordinance, just so you're aware of that.
And that includes exterior speakers in the yard?
I think I'm seeing Megan, our staff member, nodding yes. I also just wanted to follow up on your observations. What the applicant said was that they stopped people from having amplified exterior music later in the summer in August. And I wondered if you could be clear, just so we're clear for the record, whether you were observing these problems before then, after then, or both.
Well, I'm here currently now, and I was observing it even into the fall, to whenever they just recently stopped operating. We were still continuing to hear it, but I'm not sure what actually the town ordinance with regard to the level of volume that the sound ordinance allows for, because my opinion would be it is well above that. It should not transfer all the way up Kite Hill.
Megan, would you just give a brief summary of the noise ordinance for everybody's information?
Yeah, give me just a second. I put it in the staff report.
Yes, you did.
If you bear with me a moment, I can read it word for word.
Madam Chair, while Megan looks for that,
yes.
Can I just offer something that might be helpful?
Thank you.
When my clients met with the neighbors, they committed to having no further amplified music. So to the extent there was amplified music, what they had were Sonos speakers, and they were doing like ambient background music. They don't necessarily think that the Miami Beach music is coming from their establishment. If it's coming from there currently, it's definitely not them. But regardless, they're committing to not having any amplified music there.
Thank you. Megan.
So directly taken from the bylaw, radios, television sets, musical instruments, and similar devices. It shall be unlawful to operate, play, or permit the operation of playing of any radio, television, phonographic, drum, musical instrument, sound amplifier, or similar such device which produces, reproduces, or amplifies sound between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., 7:30 a.m. between June 15th, and September 15th of each year in such a manner as to create a noise disturbance across a real property boundary. So by definition, that's what the noise bylaw states.
Okay, did we hear your full comments? If we have, then we should go to the other speaker, if I could.
Okay, I just would add that this definitely goes beyond the real property boundary. And just to counter Ms. Salter's comment, this is definitely coming from there, and it is definitely Miami Beach club music. I would have no problem with low-key ambient music, honestly. It is a totally foreign sound to being up here in a residential community. So, I mean, maybe you are hearing it differently, but I know what we are hearing up here on Kite Hill. And hopefully they will not be amplified if they agree to that. I think maybe it can meet the ordinance of not going beyond the real property.
Thank you.
That's all I would add. Thank you.
Are there others who want to be heard, members of the public?
There are. So there's 4 people right now with their hands raised. So we have Francis, you're up next, followed by Ben McGrath, followed by Phil Ross, followed by Linda McGrath.
Thank you.
Francis?
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm the butter at 67 Center, and although the address of the house next door, which has been known as the Innkeeper's Cottage, is 10A Cliff Road, it's situated right next to my property with a door and a patio facing Center Street. So this is a very tightly adjacent property. When Jean E. Heron and her husband acquired the Century House at 10 Cliff Road, there was a separate 1-story cottage between the inn and the property at 67 Center. So in 1986, Jean E. Heron sought permission to rebuild the 1-story cottage as a 2.5-story building on essentially the same footprint to serve as a resident for herself and her husband as the innkeepers of the Century House. And at that time, the owner of 67 Center was Ellen Ramsdell, who shared her household with my aunt Esther Gibbs. As very close abutters, Ellen and Esther had a strong interest in the proposal to rebuild in such a very narrow space. A clause in the request for permission to build at greater height stated that the rebuilt building would continue to be a single-family dwelling limited to the use of the owners of the inn and their employees. And this satisfied Ellen Ramsdell and Esther Gibbs. Then in 2013, Jean E. Heron applied for subdivision of the property at 10 Cliff Road to henceforth be 2 separate properties. The address of the inn became 10B Cliff Road, while that of the innkeeper's cottage became 10A Cliff Road. So the inn 10B, the innkeeper's cottage 10A on separate pieces of property. Now, ever since the rebuilding was completed, the people who've lived in the innkeeper's cottage at 10A have been the owners of the inn and their assistant innkeeper. It hasn't been rented out or used for any commercial purpose. Housing for the housekeeping staff of the Century House, other than the assistant innkeeper, actually has been in the basement rooms of the inn itself. These apparently are the rooms that the present proposal seeks to convert to manager and other employee housing. However, the basement rooms weren't guest rooms in the past, they were employee housing. Upon the death of Ellen Ramsdell, the property at 67 Center Street passed to Esther Gibbs, and upon Esther's death in 1993, the property passed by inheritance to me. So I've been the abutter to the innkeeper's cottage for 27 years. And during those years, I've experienced no disturbance whatsoever emanating from the innkeeper's cottage. Now, during the summer of 2020, my neighbors uphill from me have complained of disturbance from music playing from outdoor speakers on the porch and the patio area outside the inn. It is now renamed the Lifehouse. The location of my property downhill, I haven't been disturbed up until now. However, if the innkeeper's cottage were converted to guest rooms, and if perchance an outdoor speaker were installed in the patio area right next to my property, I definitely would suffer disturbance. So I would hope very much that they would keep to their promise that there wouldn't be no outdoor speakers. But my feeling is the innkeeper's cottage is a separate building on a separate lot from the inn. And upon its rebuilding in 1986, it was designated as residential only, and so it has remained to the present. I don't quite see how it can be converted to 3 separate guest rooms because, for one thing, there would have to be emergency egress, and these 3 rooms would be stacked on one on top of the other. So where would the fire escape be? So I am very much not in favor of the proposal to turn the innkeeper's cottage into 3 additional guest rooms for the inn. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Alter, did you have anything you wanted to say in response? You don't need to. I'm just checking.
I think maybe I should listen to what everyone
I
has
think
to
that
say and then
makes sense.
respond at the end, just in the interest of time.
Okay, thank you. Making the next person up.
Or Benjamin McGrath.
Hello, Mr. McGrath. Thanks for being with us.
Madam Chair, members of the Planning Board, good evening. My home is at 12 Cliff, less than 50 feet from the Lifehouse, right at the intersection of Cliff Road, Center Street, and Kite Hill Lane. Thanks for this opportunity. I'm going to try to edit my comments so as to not repeat what Fran and Michelle has said, though I endorse everything they have said. I got a comment regarding the public notice for this matter. Absent a sophisticated knowledge of the sections of the statute, the description of the Lighthouse House application in the public notice is not at all clear. If written in plain English, the notice would simply have said, applicant seeks a special permit to convert a single-family house in the residential old historic district into 3 guest rooms that will expand the guest room offerings of the guest house on a separate property next door from 14 rooms to 17 rooms. Because it's well known in the neighborhood that the 3 lower level rooms in the guest house have been used as staff housing. And as such, the applicant's assertions and machinations about transferring rooms and no net room addition are disingenuous. Now, dozens of abutters received this notice, and I found that the benign description of the matter caused the few I spoke with to initially set aside this matter as little importance. Now, with regard to the application, now, in theory, a 20% growth in room count at the bed and breakfast should not be a big deal. However, the transition of the Century House from a standalone owner-operated guest house to a corporately owned chain, owned and operated primarily by off-island parties, is most unwelcome. And Madam Chair, you asked about the timing of the speakers. In late November, my family and I were walking home from downtown on a cold, windy evening, about 9:30 p.m. Not a soul in sight at the Lifehouse. And the speakers were playing dance music on both the north and south patios. Now, as Fran pointed out, your predecessor board made clear as an explicit condition in the 86 special permit that this residential home should not be used for guest rooms. And it's already been made clear that the most offensive feature of this whole operation is the outdoor speakers on both patios, on the north patio right at the intersection of Cliff and Center, and on the south patio on Cliff, playing amplified dance music. And seriously, you must imagine the Miami disco beat, audible inside homes of all adjacent abutters except Fran, during the day as well as into the evening. Now, tonight's agenda noted 6 police complaints in a way that I interpreted as suggesting that 6 is a small number. But I can say from my family's perspective that we wanted to complain often, but complained only once, thinking that once should be enough. And also thinking that during COVID, it was just inappropriate to dispatch the police every day to this location. And Nantucket can be a brutally annoying place with lawnmowers and other combustion engine equipment running all the time. With late sunsets in the summer, they're in our neighborhood cutting lawns till 8:30 at night, 9 o'clock at night.
Mr. McGrath, would you mind if I just follow up on your earlier point before you move to another one? You're here, you gathered many email responses and so forth, so I'm not sure I really grasp exactly what your worry is about the notice, because I think the notice was a standard notice. Others can address that, but I just, if there's some injury that you feel others have not heard about this matter,
sure.
I wonder if you would be specific about that, because I don't know if we're going to resolve this tonight or continue it, but I'd like to understand. From what I saw, there were many, many comments that came in, so I'm a little confused.
Madam Chair, I'm very pleased to elaborate. The notice speaks to transferring rooms from one part of the complex to the other, without making note that part of the complex that they want to convert into guest rooms is a single family house that is not pre-existing non-conforming. So it's not a swapping of rooms. It also suggests that there's no additional, there's no incremental growth in room count.
Forgive me here, I don't mean to be unresponsive. I would just say, I don't know if you're an attorney as I am, but I think in a sense you're kind of making arguments about process that you made your point, and if the board has questions, they can ask you further, but I would just encourage you not to take more time on that, because if you have substantive comments, I think we'd like to hear those since you fully articulated your argumentation on the notice point.
Agreed. The actual form of the notice is not the issue. But I would like to just make a couple more points.
And I don't mean to cut you off. It's just when this is going on a 4-hour meeting, and for all I know, it'll go on to 6 hours. So my job is to manage the time to be sure that anybody who wants to get to speak gets a chance, but that we try to keep things moving along smoothly but fairly. So I don't mean to curtail you. I just want you to know we've read everything that was submitted in writing, and we'd be happy to hear any further additional thoughts you have, but you don't need to
I will be very short, Madam Chair.
On that particular point, in my opinion.
I'll be very short, Madam Chair, and I have the agenda in front of me, and I see you have several matters ahead of you. So I just want to speak to the Zoom call meeting that happened on December 7th with management. And I will say that they agreed to eliminate outdoor music.
In what regard, just so we understand that, if you'd say who attended and what specifically, this is an evidentiary hearing, so we really need to have clarity about what we're referencing, if you don't mind.
Sure. The three of the investors, including Jason Brown, who's on tonight's call, was on the call, and their local manager, whose name I did not catch, was on the call, and 3 or 4 abutters were on the call, including myself.
And were others invited to the call, or who instigated the call? Just if you're going to produce that as evidence is something I just really want to be sure I understand the context you're giving us. And I'm sorry to be tedious here.
That's okay. The management of the Life House reached out to Arthur, and Arthur asked me if I would join the call. So they organized it. They sent out the invitations. I have no knowledge of who was invited.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to say that on that call, while we appreciate their offer to eliminate outdoor music, they were also asked whether they would pursue an entertainment license, and they declined to rule that out. They were also asked if they would limit their employees' ability to, their employees getting parking permits for this very tightly parked neighborhood, and they declined that. And finally, they were asked if they would pursue a liquor license in the future, and they said that they could see pursuing it at some point. All of these issues are distressful to the neighborhood. So I'll just wrap up by saying I'm asking the planning board to reject the applicant's petition as badly out of sync with the general purpose of the bylaw. And thank you.
Thank you. Did you get a chance to say everything you wanted?
I did. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We probably don't get to go back for second rounds here, given the timing.
Understood.
Okay, Megan, any others?
So we have 2 more. We have Philip Ross and Linda McGrath.
Okay.
So Philip.
Philip is not really Philip, right?
Well,
Who
Philip
we
signed
saw
in
earlier.
twice. So I'm not sure if this is the real Philip.
This is the real Philip.
The real Philip, welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate your
We just
consideration.
wanted to address you with proper deference.
Thank you. So another neighbor, I just wanted to express the, everything has been said. I just want to affirm and support what Michelle said, what the other neighbors have said. And it is common in this area to have rental properties. And we normally, I think we have a certain expectation of what that looks like. And my concern is, which is, you have temporary visitors, but you, they stay there. They're in and out, but there's not a lot of noise and whatever associated with that. So I just want to reiterate the thought process that I'm not really interested in promising to stop the noise at 10 or something. What I'd like to see is how do we get to something where that property operates in a way that off-islanders can stay there, but that they stay there within the normal expectations of people staying in this neighborhood. So that would involve not having external speakers, not having encouragement of large events outdoors in either of the south porch or the area at the point, and base fundamental operation of not as a hotel, but as a private place where, yes, we are renting some rooms, which is, in my view, fully acceptable. And with that, I just thank you and appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Megan, others?
We have Linda McGrath.
Yeah.
Hello, Ms. McGrath. Welcome.
Madam Chairman, thank you very much. I have one very quick and specific point to make, which is if you call Lifehouse to quote unquote make a complaint about the music, you get an 800 number that connects you to nowhere that has anything to do with Nantucket. So it's impossible actually to call the innkeeper or the manager to speak to them on a neighborly basis. You get a 1-800 number.
That's why there's so few complaints.
And that's why there's so few complaints. And frankly, that's why people have resorted to calling the police, because you cannot get through. I just wanted to add that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have Linda Williams with her hand raised.
Linda?
Yeah, I'll make it quick. We used to live at number 10, right across from Kite Hill there, the original number 10, let's put it that way. Now it's number 12. And there was never any noise coming from when Jeannie Heron had it or the Santangelos had it before that. And I was up at 65 Center, which, you know, is just down the hill on the other side of Fran a lot, because that's one of my projects. And as well as Michelle's property across the street, that was another one of my projects this summer. And the noise, I had never heard any noise ever coming from the Century House. And I think they've got some sort of an outdoor patio area, maybe a fire pit, which I don't think they have HCC approval for, but that's another issue, where people congregate and there's noise. As I say, I've never heard any noise until this summer coming out of that place in my entire life. And I've always lived on the cliff at 10, at 24, et cetera, et cetera. And I was shocked, frankly. They'd done a beautiful job at fixing it up. But I was also involved in the 1986 ZBA permit. I had to draft that one. And it was very clear that that separate structure remain as a single family residence, period, as a basis of getting relief. And I believe there was a subsequent ZBA permit in 2013, which reiterated that, but changed it slightly because I believe they had a separation of the lots under 4181L. I wasn't really involved with that one. But it also reiterated the fact that this was not to be guest house use, that it was to remain a single family dwelling. And I just find the intensification, having grown up there, to be a little bit beyond what should be allowed in the Century House, though it's beautifully redone. I think it's pushing it to expand it into that single family dwelling, which since 1986 has been remaining a single family dwelling for either the manager or staff or some such adjunct use. But I think this is a far extension of it, and I don't know what you can do, but that noise was coming from everywhere on both sides, coming up the hill, going down the hill. Broad daylight. I would thank God wasn't up there at night like the neighbors are. But I think you really need to consider what kind of conditions, and I don't think you should expand the use into that single family dwelling. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Megan, anybody else?
Can you clarify one thing for me before we lose Ms. Williams? Is she speaking as someone who used to live in the neighborhood just to speak, or is she speaking on behalf of a client? I'm just trying to understand.
No, Michelle has spoken to me about it. My 65 Center Street, I've been up there a lot. So I'm speaking as just a member of the public and a former neighborhood resident, but I do have two clients within 100 feet, 50 feet of this, but I'm not representing them. I was also involved in the original ZBA permit. So that's why I'm speaking just as a member of the public.
Okay, Arthur.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. I represent Mr. and Mrs. McGrath and have been in touch with them and the other neighbors regarding this matter. There's no question that there is the pre-existing non-conforming use of the property as a lodging house. And now that that provision is in the bylaw to allow a special permit, for that use in the ROH district, in this part of the ROH district. I do think that it's perfectly appropriate for the special permit to be granted. And in fact, that gives the board the opportunity to impose conditions. And I think that the conditions should be run through in detail and imposed as part of any decision that you make in this case. My clients would strongly oppose the expansion of the lodging house use into the single family dwelling next door, as has been referenced by Mrs. Cartunen and by Linda Williams and by the other neighbors. But as far as the lodging house itself is concerned, the former Century House, now Lighthouse, and by the way, I believe the staff report made mention of the fact that there had been no complaints prior to this year, and then the 6 complaints to the police this year. And of course, this is the first year that the present management had owned it. There were never any complaints when the previous owner, Gene Herron, who I actually represented in connection with the 2013 special permit regarding the single family dwelling, while she and her husband ran the place. We can run through a list of conditions. I don't know whether you plan to close the hearing today or continue it to give an opportunity for further conditions and discussion to take place. But I would be happy to run through a list of the things that we feel should be conditions in any decision that would be granted, that would be issued, granting a special permit.
Maybe you'd go ahead and just
I'm
put
sorry,
that
did
on
someone
the
say
record
something?
now. Without hearing
Okay.
from the board, I don't know whether we'll continue it or what, but you should feel free, since you've stuck with us all these hours, to
Sure.
say your piece here.
All right, let me run through some of the things that we would suggest. First of all, and this is obviously from the conversation and from the presentation that Sarah made, already been agreed to, but it certainly should be a condition that would be imposed in the decision, that there be no amplified music, no live or recorded music that would be audible from off the property lines. The noise bylaw, by the way, is great, but it's also very difficult to enforce and very difficult to get enforcement of, and the police frankly have other things to deal with. So that becomes very difficult, and I think it's important that it be a condition of the planning board decision. Secondly, I think we need to have some more information regarding the layout and seating capacity and lighting of the outdoor areas that are used for what the owners have been doing, which is having a free cocktail hour or period for the guests at the inn. I question, by the way, the legitimacy of that because this isn't a question of somebody in the inn bringing out their own bottle of wine or bottle of beer or whatever and enjoying it on the patio. It's a question of it being served and provided by the management, and they're obviously including that overall when they calculate the price of the room. And I think that it's improper for them to be doing that without a liquor license, and obviously we would strenuously oppose any liquor license on the premises. By the way, we would note also that the application would be for it to be a lodging house only, not a hotel. Only a lodging house is permitted in the ROH district by special permit. Hotels are specifically prohibited. We would ask that that there be no parking permits for the employees. We think that, as has been the case with many situations, whether the employees live there or not, I think it would be appropriate for there to be NERDA permits for the employees. Those are the key things. We obviously would oppose any, we have some question as to whether the kitchen is really a residential kitchen as opposed to being a commercial kitchen. Of course, a commercial kitchen would be prohibited because that would make the establishment into a hotel under the definition in our bylaw. But if, in addition to that, clearly there should be, as has been brought out, the need for there to be a contact person with a local phone who will be available on a 24-hour basis when a complaint or other issue comes up. I think it's extremely important that people be able to contact a real live person and to have a response when a problem arises. And I think that there should be attention given to the use of the basement of the premises by employees. If that's to be the case, I think there should be, I agree that it's perfectly appropriate for employees to be housed on the premises rather than out of town. At the same time, in a close residential neighborhood such as this, I think that it is important that the rules by which the employee occupancy will take place be established, that there be a management plan submitted to and reviewed by the planning board, as well as with input from the neighbors as to how all of that would be handled. And with all those factors, I think that there is the basis here for a decision that can be worked out that would resolve the matter for all concerned. I think that probably in order to do that, although it's not up to me to ask for it, that there be a continuance of the matter until the next meeting so that all these conditions could perhaps be worked out between Sarah and myself and our respective clients.
Thank you, Arthur.
Thank you.
Sarah, would you like to comment further?
Oh, well, I would like to make just a couple of comments. First of all, it's just simply not true that that cottage at 10A has been a single family dwelling. The decision specifically says that it shall be limited to the use of the lot owners and managers and employees of the guest house. That's not a residential dwelling. That's a building that's used in connection with the commercial use to house owners, managers, and employees of the guest house. And that's right on the record at the Registry of Deeds, December 3rd, 1986. The guest house was marketed as a 17 to 18 room guest house. That's how it's been used. If we're not going to be allowed to put 3 guest rooms in the 10A property, then we don't need any relief here. So there should be no restrictions. If we're not going to change the cottage at 10A, then there's nothing, we don't need to do anything with 10B. We can just continue to operate 10B as we've been operating it. So it seems to me that it would be in everyone's best interest for us to get a decision that does impose conditions, that does address whatever the neighborhood concerns are, but that actually gives us the relief that we've come in here looking for. Otherwise, I don't see the point of why we're here.
Sarah, how would you feel about a continuance till next month so you and Arthur could work through some of the details?
I'm always happy to try to give that a shot. I think my clients tried to give it a shot by having the meeting with the neighbors. So I'm happy to go to January, but I'm happy to go to January and have the conversation. Absolutely.
Colleagues on the board, are you agreeable to that? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Given what we've heard? And should we keep the public hearing open and continue the public hearing? I think we probably need to.
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'd entertain a motion to continue the public hearing and continue this matter till January.
So moved.
Nat, was that
Second.
sounded like a motion to me, Nat.
I made a second. I think John made the motion.
David.
I said so moved.
David made
John
the motion.
moved,
Okay.
Nat seconded.
Oh,
Okay, roll call vote. John,
Aye.
Nat,
aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, I. Okay, thank you,
Aye.
and thank you
Aye.
to those who.
We're like a bad movie tonight. Our lips aren't going with the words.
I know. Well, that's why we have to finish before it gets worse.
Judith, I
Leslie?
just want to point out that meeting in January is on the 11th.
Okay, January the 11th, Sarah and Arthur?
Yes.
And Brian, you're involved? in that
Yes.
too? Okay. No. You've got the next one, right? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And just to those who participated in the public hearing, I didn't mean to curtail any of your thinking. I just was feeling we need, once we get beyond the 4-hour mark, our productivity kind of falls off. So we have to kind of discipline ourselves to keep chugging along. So that's what we're about to do. Next item is PLSP 2020-9-76, Kern D. Heuser, 69 Surfside Road. Megan.
So this one, you'll remember from last month, it was the friend with a truck application for an MCD. The only reason why we continued was because there had to be a renotice to include the parking waiver. I just wanted to point out, since that time, there's been some work between Ed Pesci and the applicant's engineer to kind of go back and forth about the plans. All of Mr. Pesci's concerns have been addressed by the applicant. So if you're looking in the direction of an approval, I included some recommended findings and conditions.
Okay, if it's all right with everybody, Brian, is this yours?
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair. I'll keep this as short as I can. This one's carried over from last time for the purposes, as Megan indicated, of perfecting the request for a parking waiver. It's been noticed and it's ripe to be voted on. One thing that I do want to note, last meeting, John had pointed out that there was a potential for the road to be to need repair. And I spoke to my client about that, and he said that he grades the road on his own initiative twice a year, and he's willing to submit himself to a condition in the decision that would further obligate him to grade the road at his sole cost and expense without seeking any contribution from the abutters. You know, it's in his best interest to have a smooth surface. He's carrying antiques and other valuable items in his truck, so you know, that's something he's more than happy to do, and he wants to be a good neighbor and ensure that the road's in good condition. We're on board with the conditions and terms that Megan put in the staff report. We satisfied all of Ed's concerns. I don't think there's any opposition to this, so we'd ask that you would approve it in accordance with the terms and conditions of the staff report.
Thank you. I think we have to hold a public hearing in light of the fact that the parking waivers are newly noticed. So members of the public, if there's anybody there who'd like to speak to this matter, Megan will explain to you how to do that.
If you're already logged in to the call as an attendee, you just raise your hand and you'll be recognized in the order in which you've requested to participate. If you're watching at home and would like to participate, there should be a link at the bottom of the YouTube video where it'll instruct you on how to register.
Okay, anybody out there who wants to speak?
We have Emily Molden with her hand raised.
Hi, Emily, welcome.
Hello there, Madam Chair. Thanks so much. Emily Molden here with the Nantucket Land Council. There was just something that I wanted to confirm that I know you guys discussed last time around during this matter, and that was just whether or not there was a need for the open space or open area waiver in this case, because I know that there's a requirement for 20% of the lot, I believe, in MCDs to be reserved as open area. And there's also, I think, a limitation on whether parking and loading areas can be calculated into that. And I just wanted to confirm about whether or not, or how that open area had been calculated for this lot.
I'd be happy to answer that.
Brian?
Sure. When we were submitting the application, it was on a tight deadline, and we had a preliminary plan that was submitted, and we pled a waiver for open space in the event that when the plan was submitted and supplemented, if it were above the threshold, then that's what we would be asking. As it turns out, after the plan was submitted, we're below the, we have at least 20% open space, so there's no need for that waiver, and we requested to remove it from the application at the last hearing.
Okay, Emily? Anything else from you?
Thank you. I think that clarifies it. I was just wanting to make sure or determine whether or not the parking area or loading area had been included in that calculation or not.
Thank you. Megan, anybody else out there?
I'm not seeing anyone else with their hand raised, no.
Okay, is there a motion to close the public hearing? John moves, you're mute, but I read your lips. Is there a second?
Make a motion to close.
Dave?
Second. Yeah.
Okay. Roll call. John?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Judith? Aye. So Megan, we've got a recommendation from you in the staff report. Anybody want to discuss this further, or you ready to consider?
I'll make a motion. Make a motion to approve the application with the 5 staff recommendations, and also the 3 conditions noted, with the added 4th condition with the roadway maintenance grading of 2 times per year at the applicant's expense.
Thank you, John. Is there a second?
Second.
Dave seconds. Roll call. John?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Judith? Aye. Okay, thank you. Thanks very much, Mr. Swain, and thank your client. It's a pleasure to see some of these applications that are so carefully done and really involve attention to the neighbors' concerns and go out of their way to do a good job. So you really have a good one. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Okay, next one is PLSUB 2020-10-101 Lynn Berlin 2 Francis Street. Megan.
Sure, this is Art Gasparo's application for a 2-lot subdivision on Francis Street. There was just some updates between Art and Ed Pesci that needed to occur on the plan. Those such updates have since been worked out. Trying to see what else. There were just 2 standard conditions omitted from the original recommendations. That the roadway lot would be transferred to the homeowners association, and that one of these 2 lots would be eligible for release as soon as the legal documents and definitive plans were endorsed. But
Okay,
other than
thank
that,
you.
there hasn't been too much changes.
Art, did you want to tell us anything?
Sure, Madam Chair. I'll keep it brief given the length of your meeting, but I did provide a letter to you. It described the slight changes. I shifted the roadway within the layout just a little bit to get away from that telephone pole, and tried to address all of Mr. Pesci's concerns, some street signs, making sure the plan set some bounds to be set, somewhat small things. But I did want to, there was some discussion from members at the last meeting with respect to flooding and, wetland related issues. So I did include within my, I wanted to be responsive to your concerns. And I did include the local wetland regulations related to this area. And we will have to obtain a notice of intent for the construction of this road. And so I think that that's where, any concerns related to land subject to coastal storm flowage will be appropriately addressed through the issuance of that order of conditions. And
Thank you.
I wanted to assure you that, that was not going without being addressed.
Great. Okay, members of the public, if there's anybody who'd like to speak on this matter, Megan will explain again how to do that.
Just use the raise your hand function if you're logged into Zoom. If you are not logged in, if you could use the link posted below the YouTube video and you can register to participate, and just use the raise your hand function.
Do we see anybody wishing to speak?
Yes, Emily Molden has her hand raised.
Hi, Emily. I thought you might.
Hello, Madam Chair. Thank you for recognizing me. Emily Molden again with the Nantucket Land Council. I just wanted to briefly recognize the additional information that was provided as far as the Conservation Commission's regulations go for the environmental impacts in land subject to coastal flowage for the work on this site. But just wanted to ask the planning board to have another discussion about the waiver request to allow 3 dwellings on each lot. I think that outside of environmental implications, the planning board can consider this site on its own as far as the implications of flooding and appropriateness of asking for that particular waiver at this site. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Megan?
No, I just wanted to clarify, in the zoning district, 3 dwelling units are not allowed.
I see, right?
Yep, it's only primary and secondary. So I'm not sure if that may have been a clerical error, but there's no such waiver that can be requested to my knowledge.
Okay, well, that was a quick discussion. Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? If not, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
So move.
That was Dave and John. Okay.
Fritz.
Yes.
Fritz. All right. Roll call. Dave. You're mute.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Judith. Aye. Okay. On the merits.
Just a question, Madam Chair,
Yes.
for Art through you. Art, just looking at the plan, lot 3 is going to be purely designated as the, I guess, turnaround parking for the back lot. Is that correct?
If I may, Madam Chair, yes.
Yes, please.
The lot 3 is strictly for roadway purposes and turning, but I would think that the parking would be on lot 2 itself. So it's not meant to serve as parking.
Right.
Right.
For 2.
Okay.
Really,
Yeah, I just, obviously, we know that that's one of the more well-traveled and high-traffic truck streets on Francis there. So I just wanted to make sure there was proper turnaround so nobody's backing out.
Yeah, I can't agree.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Anything else from anybody? If not, I'd be delighted to have, okay, Fritz.
Just a question following up on Emily. Emily was obviously Emily Molden asked the question about 3 on each lot, but I need to understand. There's a building on each lot right now. Will it be permitted that a second dwelling could be built on each lot?
Yes, a second dwelling is allowed under the normal terms in which second dwellings are allowed. So it would need to be applied for through the board and would need to fit those conditions that second dwellings must fit, like the 20%. Obviously, the building permit before the issuance of that would need Conservation Commission approval based upon what Art has told us before about this application.
But that would still total 2 units, not 3, right, Megan?
Right, so there's no tertiary dwelling
Okay.
unit that will be allowed on either of these lots.
Thank
And
you.
the secondary dwelling would have to come before us.
Right.
Correct. Thank you.
Nat, did you have your hand up?
I was just gonna say, it's 50% ground cover in RC, so,
40.
you know. It's 40? I thought it was 50.
Did we, is it 50?
I think it's 50.
50, sorry.
RC's 50.
You're thinking
That's,
of early.
I mean, they can do a lot of, that, it starts to glaze over when you start thinking about 50% versus a third dwelling. They can have a gigantic house that's, you know, so, I mean, I appreciate what Art's done. I just want to say thanks to what he's done. I mean, these things are very uncommon. There's not much of this land left like this. Thank you for putting that stuff in about the Conservation Foundation, Conservation Commission stuff. And also the turnaround is key, at John's point. Can't be backing out. We dealt with this on the other side of the street with that place where they moved the garage before Meter Street was a real road, because it wasn't a real road for a while. Well, forever, until it just was. And we can't have people backing out, and that's like wicked important. I mean, to that spot. We finally fixed the truck corner. Imagine somebody backing their car out there, you know, crazy. So thank you for that, Art.
Campbell, did I see your hand?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I've just had a question, sort of to Emily's point on the structures in the floodplain. This is a spongy area, so I have a lot of concern about two dwellings, but that would come up at another thing. But my question is, what would happen to the existing structures if they're going to be, like the lot one has not a lot of space for a secondary dwelling unless it's towards the street side, which leads me to believe there's some underlying implication to raise the existing building. If that's the case, do we have anything about trying to offer buildings in these situations to the housing authority, and whereby the property owner or developer, instead of paying to raise the building, pays to have the property building moved to an appropriate location chosen by Nantucket Housing Authority or something like that? Just
Campbell, I don't know that that's within the topic we're being asked to address here, which is I understand why you're asking as a policy matter, but I'm just going to ask that there be a response to that, but I don't think we can require that in some way as part of any mandate here, Megan.
No, I think you hit the nail on the head with that one. It's under the jurisdiction of the HDC for any type of demolition. It would need to be advertised in the paper, and there's a separate process outside of the planning board process for those sorts of things.
okay, thank you.
Sorry, I was optimistic and I put some food in to heat, but silly me, I should have, but it was about to burn. Other questions, comments? Otherwise, would someone care to make the motion based on the staff recommendation? Or otherwise?
I'll make a motion to approve the application with the findings that the applicant's proposal is in harmony with the general purpose and the intent of the bylaw, and also staff recommendations inclusive of the 3 listed.
5 listed.
Oh, sorry.
That's
5.
okay.
I'm
We're
sorry.
still
I see
at
the
it.
other 2. 5 listed, correct.
And is there a second?
Second.
Britt's got there first, so ready to vote. John?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Iverson?
Aye. Double I, triple
Judith,
I.
aye. Okay.
Thank you,
Is that
Madam.
it?
Thank you all.
I think that's it. All right, next up, PLSP 2020-1194, Nantucket Boys and Girls Club, 69 Sparks Avenue. Megan, maybe you do the honors on this.
Okay, sure. So you'll recognize this application in part that the tertiary in the basement was approved, I believe, at last month's meeting. Maybe it was the month before, but in any event, at that time, the applicant didn't have the floor plan layout, and it has since been realized that it will exceed the 650 square gross floor area of a tertiary dwelling. The proposal is for 1,102 square feet, which is what the ground cover of this dwelling is. It's important to realize that the request to utilize all of the area in the basement for this dwelling unit is not going to impact the proposed footprint, the original bedroom count, or the parking requirements for the overall structure. This is going to be utilized for employee housing for an on-island nonprofit that provides a critical service to the island, and it's located adjacent to the Boys and Girls Club. They're actually 2 bedrooms less than what they're allowed for this lot. But John Brusher is here to represent the applicant.
Hi, John. You want to say anything more? Do you want to rest on Megan's laurels?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Megan did an excellent job. I will add one other funny wrinkle to this. And just perhaps as a technical correction for an upcoming town meeting, under the definition of tertiary dwelling, where it's, let me pull up my code here, under 2B, where it mentions a dwelling unit within the duplex, it doesn't mention a size restriction. It mentions the 650 square feet is mentioned for the garage apartment, and it's mentioned as a standalone dwelling unit, but it's oddly not mentioned for the when it's a third unit in a duplex. And just food for thought for perhaps technical corrections for upcoming town meetings.
Leslie's taking note. I see.
Leslie, what are we doing with that?
Well, John, you put your finger on it, because the board has been really very scrupulous about the 650 square feet, and from what Megan has said, I'm hearing that although it's new construction, there's extenuating circumstances because of the nature of the user and so forth, but we may want to put some kind of restriction on if it were ever sold. It cannot be used for more than 600 square feet. John Trudell, do you want to comment on that? I know you thought a lot about that.
Yeah, you know what? I don't want to be the Scrooge and the Grinch at Christmas time, but I had been pretty opposed on prior decisions about exceeding the 650 square feet on new construction. I understand when we have an older building that we're converting or trying to utilize, there might be a little bit more flexibility, but with new construction, we really have controls over this. And I understand the use, and there's a little bit of flexibility as far as a nonprofit and also putting restrictions on future sales. That might be the little silver lining, but in theory, I just think that this would be used for other people applying to see where we bent the rules. And it's not just by a few feet. It's from 650 to 1,102. I mean, it's not double, but it's pretty darn close. So, I'm really torn with this. I know it's for nonprofit. It's for, right next door. But we'd really have to put some big restrictions as far as what to do in the future, because obviously it's owned now. But if it was ever to be sold, really this was a way to circumvent our our laws governing tertiary right now, unless we change tertiary square footage. We've done it once before from 500 to 650. And, you know, if we see the need to keep going up, we will. But in principle, I'm having a hard time with this. And I've been really wondering how we can get around this. And I don't know what the other board thinks. Again, it's just a bad, you know, it's a bad situation because it is a new building and it could have been made to fit the parameters of our laws right now for tertiary. Sorry.
John, if you feel free to comment now, but otherwise I'm going to go to public hearing and then come back to the board.
I'll just add the restrictions that staff came up with in terms of ensuring employee housing, et cetera. Those are fine if we want to get creative with it, so that as long as this allowance would be allowed, so long as it stays within the club. But if it ever changes ownership or is used for something else, it would go back to 650 or would have to revert that way. I think that's fine.
Okay, anybody else got a pressing question before I go to the public hearing? Campbell?
I just have one question through you, Madam Chair. John, in the findings that the board made with this tertiary, it stated in the first finding that the tertiary, allowable tertiary, was 650 square feet. So I'm just wondering, like, where that get misinterpreted by the designer. I mean, that seems to be what you, or what, you know, what was signed as the document in agreement was a 650 square feet. So I'm just wondering where things sort of went sideways on that. The other thing I would say is that, you know, with the number of units here, it would seem like some of the basement could be utilized for storage for each of the duplex units and the tertiary in the basement.
My understanding, I think, is the way the construction is, it's not something easily partitionable. But
okay.
John, if you have further thoughts, feel free, and then we'll go to the public hearing.
In terms of the it being partitionable, I will defer to engineers who are way smarter than I am when it comes to that. I don't know, especially if they're I wouldn't want to hazard a guess on that. In terms of why this wasn't identified the first time, I think the reason is twofold, to be honest. One was, I'm not sure if they necessarily had the figure in front of them, and I think more to the point, I think it was a misinterpretation or misunderstanding of the code, because again, if you look at the definition of tertiary dwelling, if it is not, if the tertiary dwelling is the third unit in a duplex, it doesn't have that size limitation on it. And it might have just been a bad assumption on someone's design standpoint. I don't know exactly, but there was talk of that and saying, oh, do you think we could go forward with this? And we spoke with staff, and I said, no, it is 650 square feet, period. And so hence the reason for coming in for a modification to this. I mean, in a perfect world, we would have done this, we would have made all these requests all at once rather than coming back. But the fact is we weren't aware of it at the time.
Okay, let's open the public hearing. For anybody in the audience, if you'd like to speak to this matter, Megan will explain to you again how to access the speaking possibility.
So if you are already logged into the Zoom webinar, you can just participate by using the raise hand function. If you're watching from home, you can use the link at the bottom of the YouTube video to register to participate and then utilize the raise hand function. Going once, going twice.
Okay, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Fritz, and who seconded?
Second.
Dave, roll call. Fritz?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Judith? Yes.
Madam Chair, just a question. for
Yes.
John. John, where are you in the phase as far as construction of the basement right now?
If I may, Madam Chair, it is a Huntington home, and I believe, and it has been ordered.
So the actual basement hasn't been constructed?
I don't believe it has yet. I believe where they are is I think they, perhaps last week, they just finalized the sewer permit. So the short answer is no.
I asked that because I am a licensed contractor in Massachusetts, so I have to say I do have a familiar building opinion. So if it's a Huntington Homes and it's going to be moved here in boxes and it's going to be set on the foundation, generally the foundation is not finished. So at this point, there is flexibility to change the interior of the basement because it's not constructed yet. So for that reason, I have to go back to, I look for a loophole and I just don't see it. So for my position, I would have to say it still could be, it won't affect the boxes in the first and second floors. The basement can be reconfigured to fit in with the 650 square feet of living space. You can still utilize the other square footage from a storage standpoint, but not from the living. You can make that utility room. You can make that maybe a laundry room or something like that. But I think there's definitely a time right now to change the interior plan. And it wouldn't take much from a design before you build it. So if it had been done, completed, electric, insulated, it would be a really tough decision. But I'm a little bit more clear now. I'm sorry to be the opposition, but now's the time to change that and keep with it.
Megan, you have your hand up? No. Okay. I think we need to take a vote to decide, John, whether your view prevails or whether the staff is going to have support. So
can we
go ahead? Who is that?
You want to vote now, or do you want to have more conversation? I know it's late.
We have more discussion if you want.
I can't. All right, I just like to just bring up I think that,
please.
I feel like now I know what Matt Fee feels like when they're trying to waive sewer connection and hauling trees to the dump and all these weird things that come up during select board meetings. Leslie has got her pencil very sharp right now. I know it, because this is something I'm surprised has not come up yet, this loophole. Because we made somebody shave a 2x4 recently. I just don't remember where it was, but we made somebody just simply make it 650 no matter what they were doing. And I felt bad that night. Now I feel worse. So
How do I feel?
I mean, John, you're not wrong. It's just, I'm trying to shift my brain somewhere else and think of it as the nonprofit side of it and all that. And I get it, but this is something that staff's going to have to look at this for the future, because there's going to be more of these, and doing something in a basement is about the most expensive thing on the planet as far as making it legally livable. As you know, John, it ain't free, okay? So you don't want to make it restricted in the sense of, well, they can have another room. It's not adding a person necessarily. It's not adding a car necessarily. It's not adding ground cover. So it's sort of this is a wrinkle that we're going to have to correct. So I'm going to support it because of the situation that we're in here with this, but we got to get this fixed immediately if we can in June or whatever what next town meeting is now, June. So that's my point, Judith.
Nat, your view then is to proceed with the staff recommendations affirmatively.
Yeah. Yes.
Let's see what others say. Dave Iverson.
Yeah.
I feel like that we have approved other projects very recently that have put tertiaries in duplexes, and there was not even a discussion about the size of them. So, and this is a loophole clearly. And I hate to say it, but if it was for anyone but the boys club, maybe I feel different, but I don't. So I'm in
So
the support
with
column.
Nat.
Yeah.
Okay, Fritz?
Fritz,
Yes.
If there's any organization, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, we can hear you.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. If there was any organization that I'd like to say yes. Okay. If there's any organization that I would like to say yes to, it would be the Boys and Girls Club. But I think this to me sounds like an oops. And I don't think we should be in the business of fixing an oops. And so I would be voting no.
And I'm going to vote with Nat and Dave because I think there's enough specific justification here. I think with it may be that they can still make changes, but I think change orders and things like that have a cost typically, and I'd prefer not to do it, but I think there's enough of an explanation of the unique circumstances here that it's not precedent. So what vote do we need to have for this?
So it needs to be, it's a special permit. It does require 4 out of the 5. I would say I don't think it was an intentional oops, Fritz. I think John and I had a lot of communication about this application dating back several months. And, you know, he had his interpretation and I had mine, and we both assumed the other one was reading the same page as we individually were. So I don't think it was an intentional oops.
Let me.
I don't believe it was intentional, and I don't mean to cast anything at John for anything. It's just, it sounds like to me it was a mistake or a misunderstanding. But nevertheless, I don't think we're in the business of fixing it just because there was a misunderstanding. So I'm sorry. That's the way.
Let me just ask for the final kind of.
Madam Chair, if I may, one question.
If I could just finish my sentence, John,
sorry.
if you don't mind.
Sure.
I wondered if there'd be any interest in continuing this till January so that John could report on whether in fact they can change it, whether that would make any difference to anybody. So
you took the words out of my mouth, Judith.
So John, now you can say whatever you want, but that may be what you were wondering too. I don't know.
I just wanted to note that I'm not opposed to the tertiary. I'm not opposed to the 650 square feet. Opposed to the additional. So I didn't want to shoot this down as not allowing it, but I wanted to say that, you know, it is correctable. And if anything, they'll probably save money, to be truthful, because they won't be finishing the extra, 400, 500 square feet. So, I like it. I like the idea of it. I'm not opposed to it, but I am opposed to circumventing the law that we have, especially when it's correctable at this time. So I'm not opposed to continuing it, but I just wanted to state that.
Well, there's no point continuing it if the answer is no, it can't be fixed and be the same result. We might as well conclude it tonight rather than come back. So I'm just trying to understand if that
can I make a suggestion?
Pardon me?
Judith, can I make a suggestion?
Yes,
to everyone. I mean, I hate to see something like this just sort of get blown up. So I guess I would ask John Brescher now, not John Trudell. You know, John, I mean, I'm not a builder, but I know what's going on building pretty much. When you have a basement, it doesn't all have to be used as a dwelling. It can be, you can have a utility room, you can have, storage, as Campbell said earlier, I think. We've approved numerous existing conditioned homes, freestanding, outdoor, a regular house as a, 750, we've approved ones over 700, 800 square feet because they're already built. I don't believe, and I'm not sure if I'm correct, Leslie might have to dig into her memory, but I don't know if we've ever approved a new build more than 750. I don't think we have. But a basement is not a built house. It's not a freestanding house. It's a little different. So I guess my question is, would we consider coming back next month with a revised square footage that we could all live with? I guess that's my question. I just don't want to see this thing turned into something unnecessarily that doesn't have to.
So that was a question to John Brescher and
well,
looks like
it's both.
Leslie and to staff.
Yeah. It's to the board itself, John and Fritz and just everybody really, more about just, is there a number that's acceptable? I mean, I saw over 1,000 and my eyes kind of, I sort of was shocked to see that. That's a big number. When you hit that, it makes you think differently. If it was 900 or if it was 850, would that be palatable? Is my question.
It's not just a number. It's if we want to change the square footage, we through the town and bring up an annual town meeting. That's one thing, and I'm okay. I'll change it to 1,000. If it's quality of life, I agree. 1,000 square feet is better to live in than 650, which was better than the 500.
The original 550. Yeah, I know. You remember that.
So I'm okay with that. But right now, I'm looking at the plan. I'm looking at the basement plan. I'm looking at the loads. I'm looking at the lolly columns. That's an open unfinished basement. You can do something right now to change that.
Make it smaller.
You can absolutely
make it 650 if they
so
want to.
I again would approve the tertiary, but I would limit it to the 650 square feet.
I'm going to ask us, it's 20 after 8, so we've been going almost 4.5 hours. We still have some matters left. And I think we're just going to keep chewing on this. Leslie has a comment. I'm going to suggest we continue this till next month and hope that we will have clarity. We should put it earlier on the agenda so we don't have to be here all night and we can be fresh. But it may come out the same way, John, but you may come up with some solution. But that's, I think, Nat, that was where we were going originally. Leslie?
Yeah.
Since we're going to continue this, it gives me time to do a little research, but I think we were operating under the incorrect assumption, as John pointed out earlier, that the 650 square feet applied to tertiary dwellings in a duplex. And if you read the bylaw, that's not what it says. So you would be granting a modification to your prior decision, not a waiver from the bylaw. So, I'm happy to do the research because I don't think that was our intent. But again, I'd have to look into it. But I just want you all to completely understand what you're voting on, which is the modification to the prior decision, not a waiver from the bylaw.
Keep in mind too, whatever that decision is will affect maybe other duplexes that have already been built that would be now going to tertiaries.
Megan?
Oh, no. And I was just going to say the intent behind the original condition of 650 was because that's how I interpreted the bylaw, was that the basement duplex was to be restricted by the 650. So I think Leslie is correct that does need further research about the intention of where that came from and where that stands.
Okay, well, I have to say, it makes it, Campbell,
Just quickly, sorry, I don't want to irritate, but my point was really that at the last decision, the was signed and it clearly stated 650 square feet. So yes, there are definition variations here, but a document was signed. Now, either those documents mean something when the planning board has a finding about those things that both parties sign, or it doesn't. So that's more, you know.
I take your point, Campbell, but I think what we're hearing from Leslie is procedurally how they're going to do further research for our next meeting. So I hope we can move on if that's agreeable. Is there an agreement?
Motion to continue to January 11th, I believe.
That's right.
Yep.
Is there a
Second.
Second.
Okay, roll call, John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. John, thank you. I hope you and Leslie and Megan can bring further light to this. Oh, right.
Absolutely. Thank you. Happy holidays, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, John.
Not yet. We may be here until thereafter. PL Sub 2020-10-100 and PLSP 2020-10-82 Lisa Fry, 18 Essex Road. I think this may be Linda Williams.
Yeah, the next three are me. I am now brain dead.
You're not alone.
A long night, you guys too. In a nutshell, we got three things going on here. They were one of the 10 lots, to cut to the chase as quickly as possible, one of the 10 lots in Essex that did not opt in for a secondary dwelling 20 some odd years ago. And they paid about $10,000 less per lot that did not opt in out of the 40 some odd lots. So they would like to get a secondary dwelling now that eventually they would like to convert into a covenant lot. So what we're in here for is all three things. They do have to convert it into a covenant lot in order to split the ownership, no matter what happens with that dwelling. And it has to be done within 3 years. They don't want to do it right away. They'd like to build it and, put people in it to the rear of their lot. So they're asking for a modification of the subdivision to allow this particular lot to have a secondary dwelling. They will pay into the homeowners association $17,000 and change, which is what it comes out to today. And they would like to be able to have a covenant lot. And I believe the A&R goes along with creation of that covenant lot. So there are three things going on here. Megan, do you have anything to add, or did I cut to the chase? You're on mute. Megan, you're on mute. There you go.
Cut to the chase very well, except there's four things before you. We have the modification to the special permit.
Right.
We have the second dwelling application. We have the secondary residential lot special permit. And then that's followed by an A&R.
And a lot of them have secondary dwellings in there, or obviously other ancillary structures. Many secondary dwellings are in there already, so it wouldn't be out of context with the neighborhood. And the lot is the same size as most of the other lots in there.
I think we have to, unless anybody feels compelling need to speak first, I think we need to open the public hearing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're here to speak on this matter relating to 18 Essex Road, you heard the topics related here. Feel free to use the chat function if you have difficulty with that. Megan can tell you one more time.
Sure. So if you are already registered as an attendee to participate, just go ahead and raise your hand. If you are watching at home, you can register by using the link below the video.
I know the owners of the property.
There.
They're
Oh,
online.
Michael is on as an attendee. I'm going to promote you as a panelist, Michael, as the property owner, just as a part of the application. Sorry about that. You should have been included in the original email. I just wanted to point out there was a small clerical error in, I believe, the second dwelling application. Where was that, Linda? The driveway intersection?
It was at the top of the page on one of your things. It referenced something from Deer Run, but as we all who are staff and anywhere in the town, we all cut and paste, and sometimes it just doesn't cut. So it referenced something with Deer Run, which has nothing to do with us. Trying to find it. Oh, at the top of the last page of the recommendation. Page 14. Ignore.
Okay.
Okay, Michael, welcome. Would you like to add anything? We welcome you. We appreciate your sticking with us all this time. You don't need to speak, but if you want to, you're entitled. You're unmuted. That's good.
I don't think he has much to say. He was going to wait and see if there's any questions from you guys.
Okay. Then I'm just going to see if we're ready to close the public hearing.
I certainly am.
Okay, do you want to make the motion yet?
I'll make a motion to close public hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dave. Roll call, Matt.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Fritz. Judith.
Aye.
Fritz was aye. Judith was aye. Okay. So, Megan.
Well, Madam Chair, through you, just to give a little bit of explanation about kind of some of these ground cover and bedroom count restrictions that I put in the recommended conditions that I wouldn't typically otherwise include in these sorts of applications. The bedroom count goes directly to the total bedroom count allowed per lot for the entire lot. The front house already has 5 bedrooms. So that's why if you approve the modification, it has to be restricted to 3 bedrooms. The gross floor area recommendation just comes from the fact that currently, originally they were not allowed a second dwelling. The subdivision was modified to allow a second dwelling by tertiary standards. So this way it still would put some limitations on that second dwelling. So that was the thought process behind that, just in case anyone was wondering. And the figure of the 17,000 and change is, as Linda explained, back in the 90s, these lots were a $10,000 price difference. That figure is the exact rate of what $10,000 attributes to today with inflation.
So sad.
Not on Nantucket.
I mean, you
Well,
think
yeah,
it was,
the real estate market is subjective, but you
you
can't.
think it was
can't argue when inflation-
1897.
And we're okay with all the conditions that Megan put in there.
That
Okay.
explains
Is
so
there
much.
further discussion by the board?
Oh,
Is
I'll make
there a
a,
motion?
we have to make 2 motions, right, Megan?
I think 3 maybe.
Yeah, well,
Three.
4
Who
technically.
knows?
Or
The very first one is gonna start,
Yeah,
I'll walk you through it. We're gonna do the subdivision first. Because
So I'll make a
nothing
motion
else can
to-
happen without that.
I'll make the motion to amend the subdivision, the existing, requirement on the 10. How do I say it? On the 10
To allow a
lots?
secondary dwelling.
On this lot?
Yes.
Second, to allow a secondary dwelling on this lot.
Folks, one at a time.
We're not,
Madam Chair,
Seriously?
before the motion's made, so if we're going to look to approve this, are we also restricting it? So once this gets approved, the covenant, the secondary will become the covenant, and the primary lot will not be allowed to have a second unit. It would just be single.
Yes.
Correct.
building,
Yes.
And it would be restricted to the 5 bedrooms.
Yes.
Yes, that's already been said, John.
I
The
just wanted to,
question,
I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, folks,
since-
we
since I'm not the-
please, we really
Yeah.
have to stay focused. It's 8:30. We're tired. One at a time, okay?
I should have let John make the motion. He's better at it now than I am. But what I was gonna say,
Going Nat.
I just want to just ask it, Megan, we're just amending this lot.
This
We're
lot.
not amending the whole subdivision. Okay,
Yep, it is for this lot only.
okay, so I'll make a motion to amend the existing subdivision regulation for this lot.
To allow a secondary dwelling.
I
To not
would just
allow-
say
yeah.
For
the findings
Linda,
and-
folks, one at a time. I'm really, we need to stay focused here. Linda, I appreciate you know a lot here, but if you're going to ask a question, I'd appreciate your asking through me.
Oh, I'm not asking a question, Madam Chairman. I was just making sure that that secondary lot thing was. in-
Linda, I'm sorry, I'm managing the meeting. If you have a comment, please address it to me. Otherwise, we're going to be here all night because people are scattered, they're tired. Nat made his motion. Megan, you want to clarify something?
I just think for a point of clarity, if there's not going to be anything changed in the findings and recommendations, you could just make the motion with the findings and recommendations outlined in the staff report.
Okay,
This is
that's my motion.
For the subdivision, and then we
For
can
the
move on.
Just for the
We're doing just
subdivision.
one at a time.
Yep.
Nat made the motion as provided in the staff report as to the subdivision. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Fritz. Roll call. Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. All right, next one,
God.
special permit.
Make a motion to approve the secondary residential lot special permit for 18 Essex Road.
As set out in the staff report.
It's set out in the staff report.
Are there any questions about that, anybody? Is there a second?
Second.
Second, that was Dave. Thank you.
Yep.
Roll call. Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. What's the third one, Megan? Secondary
dwelling.
Dwelling, is that a page number?
The second dwelling is page number 13 into 14.
Okay. Nat, you're on a roll.
Yeah, so I'll make a motion to approve the second dwelling itself with with all the recommendations in the staff report for 18 Essex Road.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call. Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Megan, anything else?
Yes, the fourth and final piece will be the A&R to implement the secondary residential lot special permit.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to endorse the NR plan for 18 Essex.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Roll call. Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye.
Thank you.
Okay, PLSP 2020-11-91, Janet Chafee, 18 Green Meadow Drive. Megan?
Sure. So the applicant is proposing a 2 buildable lot rear lot subdivision. It's currently just over 12,000 square feet. The applicant has provided a proof plan showing that the lot is dividable through A&R. There are some structures in the way that won't allow for that. As proposed, the application satisfies all of the requirements for the rear lot with the standard findings and conditions that are included in the staff report. This is also a two-piece. We have the rear lot subdivision followed by the subsequent A&R to implement the special permit.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's see. This is public hearing, not on the A&R, but just on the first of those, Megan? The public hearing touch on,
Oh, the rear lot,
No.
the rear lot.
this is an A&R, which ordinarily doesn't take a public
Oh,
hearing.
yes, sorry.
So
A&R
I'm
is the
just-
second piece.
So I'm just
Second
focusing
piece.
for members of the public, if you'd like to speak on this matter, 18 Green Meadow Drive, rear lot subdivision. This is your opportunity. Megan, give them the story again.
So if you're already logged in as an attendee, go ahead and raise your hand if you wish to participate. If you're watching at home and wish to participate, just use the link at the bottom of the YouTube video and you can register for participation in the meeting.
Madam Chairman, this is my project. I don't have anything to add unless somebody's got a question. We went round and round on this plan, trying to get it over there because her son and daughter, I guess daughter and son-in-law live in the garage, what is the garage apartment, and the bank is holding a loan for them so they can have it on their own.
Thank you. Anybody out there, Megan? Okay, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Dave moved. I can see Nat's about to second it.
I'll second. Sorry, yes, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
roll call, Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. So the first one is the rear lot subdivision. Is there a motion to approve the rear lot subdivision?
I'll make that motion with staff recommendations
Thank you.
And the findings.
and the findings.
John, is that a second?
Yes, second.
Okay. Roll call, Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. And then the A&R approval.
Make a motion to endorse the NR plan
Thank you.
for the
John?
Meadowview.
I'll second.
I mean, Green Meadow, sorry.
Okay, roll call, Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye.
Thank
Next
you for that one.
Thank you. PLSP 2020-1-92 to Mayflower Circle LLC to Mayflower Circle. Megan?
That's me again, too.
Okay, let Megan open it up and then I'll turn to you, Linda.
Sure. So this property was before you last month to create a covenant lot. So the applicant's before you this month to remove the condition requiring that the second dwelling be in compliance with the tertiary standards. There's an existing garage on the market rate lot that has an apartment on the upstairs, is garage space on the downstairs. The applicant wants to alter the existing garage to become a second dwelling. As proposed, the interior would contain between 850 and 900 square feet. The difference just based upon how the utility room and laundry is configured. So I did include the floor plans for your review in the packet. And if you choose to move forward with this approval, what the findings and conditions should be.
Linda, further comments, and do you agree to the conditions?
Oh, yeah, the conditions are fine. The two structures were moved in there from, I think, out in Monomoy some years ago. And it wasn't supposed to have an apartment in it, and it does. It was for her mother. And they want to regularize it and make it up to code because the second floor is not code at the moment. So they want to just convert it all to one dwelling unit. But it's obviously over 650, but it's an existing structure. And so they're going to bring it all up to code.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if there's anyone out there who would like to speak to this matter, this is your chance as a public hearing. I think you've heard the drill about how to connect. You use the chat function, raise your hand. Anybody out there? Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close.
John
Second.
and Dave seconds. Roll call. John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Okay, on the merits.
Madam Chair, question,
Yes.
a comment. Boy, I'm really turning green and being a Grinch, but even though this is an existing building, it's a 2-car garage underneath it. I've been in this unit. I know upstairs is not actually to code, looking at fixtures and 7 feet, et cetera. There's going to be modifications. So in essence, they're going to start with a clean slate. They can make this according to the tertiary standards of 650 square feet. Especially since my position was made with the Boys and Girls Club nonprofit, I would be doing a disservice to vote in the positive for this. I know it could be altered to meet the standards of the present tertiary, so I'm opposed to it.
All right.
There is no car parked inside. It's all insulated already and sort of messed
It's
up.
unfinished, Linda. I've been in it. It can
Yeah,
be
it's kind of messed up.
it can be altered to meet the code.
Other comments?
Oh, boy.
We're all looking pretty glazed here, I'm afraid.
Boy, I don't want to get into this continuing thing for this one. This one's, to me, is different. I mean, I understand what John's saying, but it's still an existing, it's still an existing structure. And most of I'm sure that many of the ones that we've approved that are bigger have been modified and renovated and that kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's not the same as building a brand new building. You know, as far as making it be 650. So I have no idea what their intents are as far as how much the work they're doing. I mean, I don't know if that's our business to know all that, but at the same time, if it's an existing structure and it's staying the same basic size, I mean, I can't see trying to restrict them to 650 in comparing it to others that we've denied. So I would go along with this application as is, especially where it is as well. I mean, anything out here, things out here are going to start to come in a lot to clean this area up. People are going to reinvest in these properties. So you're already seeing it.
We're backed up to Richmond.
Okay.
I know where you are, Linda.
Folks, one at a time. I'm calling on the board members. Dave, Fritz.
I completely respect John's point of view and his stance on this. I mean, I think, unfortunately, I'm going to have to side with John on this just because I just don't see a real good reason why we should give them that extra square foot, especially since we turned down someone that needed it. I mean, we put certain numbers in these bylaws, and if we're going to cheat them, then why are we bothering doing it? So in this case, I am more on John's side.
I'd rather continue it rather than have a vote then.
Okay, Linda, let me hear from the rest of the board. Fritz?
In this case, I support John.
All right, Campbell, very briefly, please.
No, I was gonna comment, but I won't. What did you say?
do you want to continue, colleagues?
Yeah,
Or
because
are you
I'd like
ready
to walk
vote?
anybody who wants to go in and do it.
Linda, I'm
Oh, I
asking
thought
the
you were asking
board.
me.
I'm asking the board.
Well, I guess the question would be, what would change?
That's why I'm asking for it.
I think for the benefit of the applicant, what can change, because it is a two bay open garage, even though there is isonine insulation in there, it's not finished according to living standards. So they still could be able to modify it to meet the 650 square feet. So I'm willing to allow it to continue to make any kind of changes that would fit the law.
Okay, others with a view on the continuance question, Dave?
Yeah, I don't think anything's gonna change. If Linda wants to come at us again next month with reasons why we should, then I'm fine with that.
Okay, is there a
ready.
motion to continue till next month?
Make a motion to continue.
John?
Second.
Nat
Sorry.
seconded. This is to January the 11th. Roll call. John?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Judith, aye.
Thanks, guys.
Next one, PLSP 2020-11-93, Lori and Robert Garabrandt, 12 Gray Avenue. Miss Garabrandt, you are one strong soul.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Megan, you want to help introduce this for Miss Garabrandt?
So for this application, the applicant's requesting to modify an existing rear lot subdivision special permit. There's two separate asks here, but it can go on the same modification. The first ask is one of the three lots of the original rear lot special permit was allowed a tertiary dwelling. Two lots are restricted to a primary and a secondary. So she's requesting that the tertiary dwelling allowance be reallocated to a different lot, actually the largest of the three lots. So the second ask is a condition was in the rear lot subdivision special permit that would prohibit duplex units. In this particular case, there's an existing structure on that largest lot in the back. It's actually nearly twice the size of what lot size is required in the R10 zoning district. They want to modify that existing structure to include an additional unit within it. By definition, that would create a duplex unit. So the special permit would need to be amended to allow that to move forward and obtain a building permit. I guess on the first, because it's just a reallocation of the tertiary dwellings, that staff has absolutely no problem with that. It actually makes sense to be reallocated to the largest of those three lots. For the duplex unit, staff is also supportive of that request because it's going to be put into an existing structure that will be modified. Duplex units, although restricted in this permit, are a use that are allowed by right in the R10 zoning district. So I think that's the short of it.
Ms. Garabrandt, do you want to add anything to that?
That was amazing. But I'll answer any questions.
All right, thank you. That's a wise call, the last one of the night. Let me open the public hearing for anybody other than Ms. Garabrandt who may be out there and interested in speaking to this matter of 12 Gray Avenue.
This is housekeeping.
So we have one member of the public, J. Scott Douglas.
Okay. J. Scott Douglas, good evening. Another hearty soul that hangs the last dog with us. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you for taking me. First, I want to say I like my neighbors, and at the risk of alienating myself, I'm going to speak. Now, some of the board members will remember when 10 Gray Avenue was brought up, and we were all completely against any duplex. We just really, and every member of the board went along with us, and they did a fabulous job across the street here. It looks wonderful. But I really am against duplex. I would rather just not see a precedent set. There's a lot of buildable property on this street. And I would hate to have somebody come in and say, well, you let this person have another duplex. And it's just looking towards the future. It's a nice, quiet residential street. They did a fabulous job across the street from me here. And I just like to keep it that way. And I really appreciate you taking my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Megan, you said there were more than one?
No, that
Campbell, I'll get to you in a minute. That was it. Okay. Campbell.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I was raising my hand because I thought maybe if I spoke
Campbell?
during. Yes? Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I raised my hand during public hearing thinking maybe it would be better if I spoke then. So anyway, I was in support of the reallocation, as that obviously makes sense, as has been said. I'm not in support of a duplex in this area. I think that the subdivision was created, knowingly created without, and also with the duplex, removal of a duplex was part of the original subdivision that did not occur very long ago. This isn't like, 10 years ago we did this. I think it may even be this year that we did this summer. Right. So I feel like that was part of the decision and should be maintained as part of the decision. Even though in a by right, but this R10 isn't in a by right, it's in a subdivision. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else, Megan?
No, I'm not seeing anyone else.
Ready to close the public hearing? Motion to close the public hearing?
Yeah.
So moved.
Second.
Dave moved, Nat seconded, roll call, Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz. Fritz,
It's just frozen.
he's frozen. John,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Okay, I think that's enough to close the public hearing. Discussion.
I just have a couple
Yeah.
questions for Leslie, Megan, I think, I'm not sure. So, okay, so now that I understand exactly what's happening here in my own mind, Leslie, the lot 3 is going to get the third dwelling, allowance switched as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so would that be a tertiary size because of the,
So
how does that work with a duplex being technically two dwellings? And you know what I mean? Like, so what would the third dwelling technically look like whenever that day arrives?
well, we're going back to our Nantucket Boys and Girls Club language problem there, but
yeah, but that would be a new build.
So do you want me, our plan is, what we were trying to avoid was putting up a third construction and just keeping more open space. So
Oh.
that was the reason why we wanted to utilize the existing structure. So the existing structure is a 3-car garage apartment. And the plan for the smaller apartment, which would be the second dwelling, the duplex portion, is a 2-car garage apartment. So after all my listening tonight, I believe it is under 650 square feet. The plan is for us to build an actual home on the other end of the lot. The lot is approximately 19,000 something square feet, which is double the size of the 2.
Right. I understand. I'm just, I know R10, you got a lot of ground cover there. I remember talking about this whenever this was approved, that it's complicated. When you're making these family decisions and you own the land, you know, for a long period of time, and everyone around you thinks that no one should build a house and never drive another car, you sort of feel guilty. And then all of a sudden other people start building, and then all of a sudden you say, well, why didn't I do this? You see, and this is what's happening. I don't have a problem with any of it. I just don't want to see you cut yourself short. And then we're trying to sort of help you cut yourself short. 5 minutes later, we're trying to give you something that looks like we're giving you a lot, and we're really not giving you anything. You know what I mean? You could have done a lot more from the original plan. So I understand what you're doing. You're trying to use an existing building to make it better and make it better. It's not free to build a building, even if you're a builder. It's expensive. And so, you know, I just wanted to ask Leslie that question because this is an unusual request as far as like doing this. Normally this would be torn down and all kinds of stuff would be getting built. You know what I mean? So, so I don't have an issue with it. I just trying to get clarification of what that third dwelling is going to look like on this property. So is that pretty much it, Leslie?
Yeah, I just want to sort of clarify what might happen on that back lot. And I'd also like to say that at least my recollection on this particular special permit is that another property owner had already agreed to these conditions. And so you use that permit as a model, and then these owners said, sure, we'll agree to that. Whereas, I don't remember there being a specific discussion about a prohibition of duplexes. There may have been, but now she's proposing to move a duplex allowance to the rear lot, which is almost double the minimum lot size for that district. And if the plan is to build a new detached structure, then the garage with another unit attached would actually be the secondary dwelling with an attached tertiary.
Right.
So it's not really even a duplex. If you want to be specific about it, if that's her proposal. So, I think that's something to consider. I think the concern on that street was allowing duplexes that could be condoed with separate owners that would maybe change the character of the area. And what she's talking about to me isn't that. So that's something that you may want to think about.
It's a space for my father to live when he's here. That's really what it's for. And then for us to be able to have year-round housing in the apartment that I currently reside in.
Madam Chair, through you, just to echo on Leslie's comments, I actually pulled the minutes this morning from the meeting in which this was originally approved, and Leslie is 100% correct. The actual motion was to approve with all the conditions with the next door neighbor over at 10 Gray Avenue. So the actual discussion of this permit was not at length whatsoever.
Thank you, Megan. Dave.
Just a what ifs question. So, will this lot be subdividable? If, let's say they sold it, could someone come in and subdivide that lot? Again?
No.
No, okay. Thank you.
If I can just expand on that, I mean, there might be like a condo ownership opportunity there with a covenant. I suppose, but it can't be further subdivided. That's a condition in the special permit and there's not enough.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, my concern was, okay, someone comes subdivide it and then all of a sudden we're adding more units to the lot. So, but without that possible, then that alleviates some of my concerns. Thanks.
Madam Chair.
Yes, John.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the reallocation. And as far as the well, what you call a duplex doesn't necessarily have to be that. With the future primary dwelling being built, and the one the one part of the garage that would adhere to the tertiary standards of 650 or less, and then the secondary dwelling. But also, this is at the back of the lot, and if you'll remember, you know, there's one to the left, one to the right, and then there's a driveway that goes back to the back of the lot. So it's really not on the road. So it doesn't bother me if you had wanted to put the duplex or the connected building in the front on actual Gray Ave, then I might have an issue with it. But this one I don't have, and I do remember the 10 Gray Ave, how we came about that and the conditions we put on it. So this is, it's close, but bottom line, I don't have an issue with it.
Campbell, am I seeing your hand again? No, okay. Dave Callahan, am I seeing your hand? No, everybody's just stretching what's left of their neck muscles. Anybody else? Fritz, are you speaking or exercising?
I just want to comment.
You're frozen again.
That the video and the audio has been a problem for about the last 10 minutes. And I completely lost video and audio for several minutes of this discussion. And as a result, I don't feel, I lost, I heard very little of the discussion. So I feel under the circumstances, I don't really feel like I should be voting on this.
Okay. Then.
Hello?
The internet's been bad tonight generally, Fritz. Mine's been iffy too. I'm really sorry about that. I guess Google was out this morning. Who knows what's up? Megan?
No, I was just gonna say if you wanted to, and it's your call, but to proceed forward with a vote, it's a four-member vote to pass. You could also have all three alternates present that were here for the conversation that you could activate.
Okay, Fritz, do you want to basically abstain or recuse? And I'll add, I don't know whose turn it is. We had.
I'll do whichever you think is appropriate.
You keep freezing too, so
do that.
Stephen, are you still there?
Yes, ma'am.
I think we haven't had you for a while, so I'm going to go to you. Did you have any problems with the internet? Could you hear all that?
I did, and I'd make a motion to approve subject to staff recommendations.
Wow,
bam! I'll second that.
Can we do all this at once, Madam Chair, or do we have to do it in two parts?
Let's do it in two parts because we're doing so great now.
2 parts. That's my motion.
All right. So roll call. Stephen.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Judith. Aye. Part 2, Stephen.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Judith. Aye. So are we done with that one?
That's it.
Ms. Garabrandt, it may have seemed like you wondered what planet you landed on, but we got there in the end. So thank you for your patience.
Thank you guys.
Thanks for sticking with it. And we
Thank
don't
you.
often get visitors that are as stalwart as you are. And good luck with your dad and everything else with that.
Well, I'll text him.
Uh,
Still awake.
So if you run out of things to do, you can always apply and run for planning board or alternate. You never know.
Good to know. I'll keep that in
Okay, are there other comments from the public, if there's any other public still out there?
I'm not seeing any.
Okay, I need to ask you most sincerely, in the prep meeting that John and I have every month with Andrew, Megan, and often Leslie, we talk about Harbor Place. And Megan kindly shared with you the Preservation Commission's work up on Harbor Place and Andrew's past slides on Harbor Place. We need to act on this because all the advisory boards are reviewing this in a timely fashion in the run up to town meeting. And our numbers coming up. So we're going to need to schedule time in January or February. It may be because town meeting is likely to be delayed till June now from what we hear, and Leslie may have more up-to-date news on that. That one of the hearing dates we set up for February could be, no, Leslie says forget that. Okay, well that means that somehow or other, we're going to have to buckle ourselves up and really concentrate in January to have a considered discussion of this. And I tell you, I was put on a working group back in March, the day before the world ended, had a preliminary meeting with some of the private sector people involved in all this, and then have heard nothing until this week, where they're now attempting to set up a meeting, including me, for early January. The reason I'm on that working group is in my prior life, I wrote at length on development agreements and know some things about how to structure development agreements because I used to teach land use law. So I'm going to need to be working with them too, before, probably right up as we get into the time for our January meeting. But what we need from all of you sincerely is to go to school on this, to really read that stuff closely. Leslie, I think you've been staffing that, haven't you? Mostly, you've been in a lot of the working group meetings. So if people have questions, would it be fair game to write you?
Yeah, they can write me. I was in all of the meetings and Andrew has been in the most recent meetings. So between the two of us, we've been at all of them.
Yeah, you've been handling COVID more than you'd like, I'm sure. The things I'd highlight for you to think about, the stakes are, this is the area near the Stop and Shop, the High Line, the parking lot in there, and the old National Grid area where the fuel tanks have been, as well as pushing out to where the Greenhound building is. And a critical question, a reason the town has an interest in this is to try to consider whether there are ways to use whatever happens there to try to improve the transportation situation, because as we all know, that's kind of now the gateway to town, because so many people come in on Highline, and it's a also critical place environmentally, given the fact that we've got major storms and flooding on Easy Street and everything like that. I think at one point you may be aware there were proposals for a large parking structure. As I understand it, that's not the focus anymore, but it's going to be quite complicated. The key thing is going to be having some kind of a MDC equivalent type master district over this whole area along with a development agreement. And then we as the planning board will need to be dealing with granting permits for certain kinds of activities. There's some of the issues raised in the Preservation Historic Commission group. Their workup is they sound as though they don't like broader roads. They question the proposal for larger bike paths. They want it to look more historic, but they also acknowledge that those calls are not theirs to make. They're ones for the rest of us to be thinking about. So their draft, their report is something like 40 pages. Andrew's slide set is closer to 20. So I would just say spend some time. I know we all are hoping for some quiet time on the holidays, but be prepared to budget the time to go through this before we meet again in January, because we're going to have our hands full with our standard business and then with hearings related to annual town meetings. So we're going to have to really be attentive, and we can't just kind of dawdle and say this and that. I think we're going to have to really put our best thinking together, and I mean together, that all of us do our very best to try to sort out what should or could happen here, because it's really a major aspect of the town's future if it comes to pass. The private interests in National Grid say if the town isn't prepared to come to some resolution on this, they'll start chopping it up and selling out pieces and having individual development. And currently, I believe it's zoned RC, isn't that right, Leslie? So as we know about RC, that doesn't give you a whole lot of management over what actually happens there. There's also issues the Historic Preservation Commission has raised about height of buildings. You probably know that there'd been a proposal for quite a fully built out project down near Easy Street, where the my favorite parrot used to live, in the hardware store down there. That whole block was up for proposed development. So it's really some of the questions too about the relation of the existing downtown with whatever might happen in this area that's really the gateway. And because the state has jurisdiction over these are waterways where the Commonwealth has jurisdiction and has to issue licenses, regulatory oversight and over layers of regulatory function are really very complicated. So we're going to have to go to school on this and really be sure we understand it and give our very best advice. So I hate to lay it on you this late at night on top of all the work everybody's been doing, but I promised Andrew that I'd convey that this was important and was going to take time, and that we couldn't just kind of brush it off and think we'd have months at a time to kind of reflect and contemplate and come back and do-si-do and everything like that. We're really going to have to get serious about it. Leslie, you want to add more, or Megan, on that?
So just real quick, the slide deck that's in your packet, I think, is the history of the Harbor Place Wilk Square project going back to about 2008. So I think it would be good for you all to, be familiar with that. And there are, some documents in there that you probably won't be able to read word for word, but the point was to show that action had taken place by the select board and other people. So that's for you all to review. The special meeting for warrant articles is Thursday, the 14th. And Libby indicated in cabinet this morning that the town meeting timeline is going to stay substantially the same as what everyone has had distributed to them.
So that means it's going to be in April, not June.
No, that's not what
The
you meant.
town meeting date will change, but the timeline for public
Okay.
hearings and recommendations and all of that is going to stay the same. She said there might be a few tweaks, but not to plan on substantial changes. So with that being said, your planning articles, both citizen petition and planning board, are being advertised on the 23rd of December. That's the first advertisement. That date's important. That's for your January 14th meeting. So you have planning board, a regular meeting on Monday, and then we have the 14th, I think later in the day because of a meeting conflict. So then the next week is Martin Luther King holiday on Monday. That may not be so important this year in terms of travel and people being away. So maybe the 21st that week or sometime that week, we can see if we can schedule a special meeting for Harbor Place, or even going into the following week of the 25th. So we'll try to see what dates are available and schedule something then. Judith?
And could you also remind everybody about the date for the, I know you sent it out before, but the timing on the 14th?
It's at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. And there's another additional special meeting that's early February, isn't it?
Yeah, that one, I don't know the date.
Contingent,
off the top of my head.
okay.
And that's not, I don't see it on the calendar. So we'll send those dates around to you.
I sent a calendar invite to everyone for all the dates. It's on February 4th at 4 p.m. It's a Thursday.
It was earlier than I was looking for. Okay.
Sorry.
February 4th, yep.
So buckle up, everybody.
I would say if anyone has, conflicts that are absolutely unavoidable, please let Leslie and I know, sooner rather than later, so that we can try and accommodate as best that we can.
And just to remind everybody, there's probably things from this meeting that we need to sign. Your offices are open, all next week until Christmas, and then do you have any official holidays in there? I'm sorry. You save them all for summertime.
So the office, we don't have any specific office closures except on Friday, the 25th of December, and then Friday, the 1st, New Year's Day. Between that, I think it'll be a small crew of people there, but there will be people available if we need to set up appointments or whatever ahead of time for signatures.
And if you see requests, some of these may come from Megan rather than necessarily from Catherine, depending on how everybody's deployed over the holidays. Please be sure we get the things signed and handed off so they can get them put to rest as best as possible. Megan.
No, I was just gonna say, I'll likely in the next day or two, we'll have all the signature pages drafted, and Catherine will have all of the Mylars lined up. So aside from anything that may come up in the next month, we'll send you around an email. But if you could be prepared to make time to come in at some point this week to get all those documents signed before everyone kind of thinks of other things for the holidays.
Thank
Send
you.
a text.
So I thank you all very much and merry holidays. And I wish I could give you not only virtual cookies, but real cookies. But we're all going to be safe and well sheltered. So that's important. Thank you all. Thanks, staff. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Judith.
Thank you, Judith. Than I'd hoped.
Thank you, Judith.
Thank
job.
you. Thank you. Have a good night.
Night.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn?
Oh, yeah,
Cool.
adjourn.
Don't leave.
John, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, roll call for whoever's left. Nat.
Aye.
David.
Aye.
Dave. David Callahan. Oh, no, yep, never mind. Could he take place for Judith? Aye.
Three, I think that's fine.
All right,
Steve
we're good.
Walsh on
We
it.
got the
Judith wasted
three.
no
Motion
time.
adjourned. There, we
Judith is back.
pressed on without you, Judith. Motion to adjourn. We had three.
Team player.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a great night.
Good night.
All right, night.
Bye.